Who?
Seattle, Washington. We have some breaking news here from the Seattle garages who have
Alright.
on all gods. That's right, the Seattle garages. The baseball team has declared war on every single god.
You're gonna light us on fire and expect nothing to happen like it doesn't matter. That's not the way this works. You can't just live.
Hey!
Sound check.
Sound's working, and apparently, for whatever reason, the bits are 1,000%. Caffeine, thank you for the 200. Watto from the other room, and Steppagen, how are you doing? I am this much coffee deep. Let's go! Sorry for the late start. It was partially just trying to get my ass in gear, partially the everything, but also partially I was trying to pick a bunch of things for us to do today. Sadly, we're not going to be able to do Cypher. Ems isn't available anymore, and everything happened so much. So I was looking at other things we could do today, and I fell down a hole. So honestly, we probably could have started at 3, but I found something. You're probably aware of the game Exapunks, right? One of Zachtronic's iconic games, and it's essentially about old school hacking. By which I mean like freaking era, you know, you get a piece of hardware, you pick up a manual or a magazine or like an underground zine or something that teaches you like how to deconstruct it and put it back together. Like Exapunks is more of a puzzle game, but it has this real kind of like underground 80s hacking vibe to it, which is real cool. Because the idea is in-game, you have the zine, which you read through to find things that you can exploit and then take through it, including like a faux Game Boy and stuff like that. So I'm over there and I'm like, you know what? Bam. That was a great game for us to play today, right? So it's still got that puzzly kind of jam. It's still got the doing cool stuff. Like, we can make that go together.
Bit check.
I have both bacon and caffeine checking the system. It's working! Look, it's working! But both of you, thank you. And Square Peg, good morning and afternoon. And to you, Bacon and Dowsett and Pun Spectre. God. Sorry, I'm just looking at Camille's Yaldum, and that's been chipped away. That was a good start.
Sneak check.
Pun Spectre, thank you as well. How are you all doing? So I was just saying to Steppagen and Caffeine, one of the games I was considering doing today, because Ems isn't available, and I do want to save Cypher as like a big group experience, right? So I was looking at things we could do today. One of them being Exapunks. Again, if you're not aware of it, it's like zine-era hacking. Feckin' cool, right? So I'm over on the page getting it downloaded, and I see they're doing another print run of the physical zines, and they only cost $5. So I might actually get the physical props, because, friends, if I'd been able to have the physical book when we all did, what fucking happened to the Obra Dinn, whatever it's called, then that would have been amazing. Oh, puns. Allow me to be the slightly incoherent, slightly unhinged voice of your relaxation. And Wolfgren Watto for it. Oh. Slightly, yeah. Puns, I've just reached a level of acceptance, so I'm just there. I chatted with a friend earlier, and they let me vent, and I'm doing better. Still grumble, but it's fuck all I can do about it. So what I can do about it is sit here, try and be vaguely entertaining, and hang out with your good selves. Like, you know, I am not going to be the plague vector for the sober meat. So all I can do is sit here from the sidelines and kind of like sadly pour at the windows. We might raid into there later, but honestly, friends, and this is not a diss against the sober stream or anything like that, I think I'm just going to hang out with you lot tonight. I think it might be a bit too sad to sit here and watch the sober event. Darth Plague has the wise. Caffeine, it happens, man, it happens. Anyway, this isn't about me, this is about us. So, yeah, numbers, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I got to I got to fuck it o'clock last night. So, it turns out Palm Spring, hang on, alright. I love you, Mike Townsend, but you're at like a fucking 11, and mate, I need you at like a 4. Let me get some smooth jams going. There we go. Give me the smooth jams. Oh, and friends, if you're wondering what I was listening to there, that is the Seattle Garages, a baseball band that does really good punk tracks. I do find myself missing the golden age of baseball, and I'm kind of glad we got involved when it was a big thing, you know what I mean? Because I don't think it's going to be able to recapture that same spark when it launches as like an official game, but anyway, that's another story. Oh, no, numbers, we're on lockdown. Okay, so basically Thursday I got Ground Zero exposed. So I got the 5 days wait to see if I procced. I'm actually waiting till after stream before I do my rapid test. Because if I tested this morning and it came back positive, like, you know that scene from the It Crowd where the guy just steps out the window calmly? I'm at that stage. So instead of being a miserable sad sack, I drank a lot of coffee, I'm gonna hang out with you lot, and that's gonna be my day. So yeah, sadly numbers, we're on super duper whooper lockdown. It wouldn't be unfair if I propped positive. So yeah, that's just where we at. You know, I was crushed on Tuesday, and I was at just give up stage yesterday. But got a pint of coffee in my system. I'm ready to get back and fighty. So apologies that we started late. I needed time to get up to speed. Plus yesterday I only ate 2 hamburgers and drank 3+ pints of wine. So I wasn't feeling good this morning, and I had that thing where I'm lying there and I'm like, is this the start of the bad lurg? Or am I just hungover? I choose to believe it was a hangover. So yeah, so that's where we're at. Wolfcrad, I really appreciate that. Thing is, there are very few core rules on this Twitch.television that one needs to follow. And one of them is make a schedule and keep it, which is the thing I have been not doing for like the last 2 weeks. I am not going to beat the crap out of myself over the next like 5 days. Because there may also be extra streams. Fiona and I are considering just a make money stream of Sea of Thieves tomorrow, where we're just going to take the slooper-doop out for a spin and just try and make as much cash as we can, because there's a lot of cool stuff that we both want, and that requires money from Sea of Thieves. I may also reserve the right to drunkenly do one of the story missions repeatedly with friendos on Discord tonight, like post-stream, because visually it will be the dumbest thing to watch. You know, it'll just be me running one mission by myself repeatedly, or with a friendo. But it does mean that I'll get to christen the Schooner or Later, which is going to be the name of my sloop. But yeah, there's one particular like cosmetic you can get in Sea of Thieves from doing this one mission 3 times, and it would give my character like a glowing red eye and like this fiery chest thing. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not a character of subtlety. I don't sneak up on people on a boat like looking all subtle and shit. Nah, I stand at the front, cackle maniacally, yell things, and glow. That's what I do. Wolfcrab was saying because it was part of the Humble Adventure Pack, they've been playing Almost Gone. And while it's interesting, it's definitely a cheerful game. No! Once again reminding us that art style does not equal thematics. Oh, sorry, and Bismarck, how are you doing? But yes, while I'm on lockdown, friends, that does mean that I will need to live vicariously through you all. So when I say that I want to hear what's going on with your good selves, I really do. Tell me tales of the outside. I remember it, but the memories are fading. Pun Spectre says they're considering playing Sea of Thieves again. I mean, Puns, we've definitely got people to play with, and I had a realization that we've all been having very different experiences. Some people have been really suffering from getting like wailed on by reapers and stuff like that. And I was chatting about the other day and I was like, you know what, I don't consider it to be as big a problem. And then I realized we play at weird times. Like, we start playing at like 4 o'clock on a Friday. So we kind of ease into the busy period, but we're kind of done. Like Saturday, Sunday is when things are jumping, right? Because everybody has, you know, the weekend. And I realize it's kind of an unfair representation of Bismarck's getting back into Splatoon ranked. Ah, yes, you were mentioning yesterday. And Bismarck, if you get a chance to try the Splatoon 3 tech demo, I'd love to know your thoughts and feels on it, especially considering that it's a 3-team game, not a 2-team game. Something that's been notoriously difficult to work on and balance in the past. Okay, Puns. Well, like I said, Puns, we've got crewmates and friendos aplenty. Oh, Kindball, did I say hi? I hope I did. How are you doing? I got paid early, so I'm going to try and find the cheapest way that I can buy all the stuff for the Halloween Gundam build. I think I told you all, but I'm going to go for Ash from the Evil Dead Gundam. It's going to require a lot of fiddliness, but I'm looking forward to it. I really am. I'm going to try and lock in dates and judges as soon as. I've just been, friends, you've seen. The only free time I have is really when I sit here and talk to you lot. So unless you all want to watch me sit here quietly sending emails. Also, fingers crossed, I put in an application for our Sea of Thieves partnership. I know we are a small operation, comparable to the rest of the internet, and I know we have a lot of nonsense going on, but I think we've got something worthwhile, and being able to get the Twitch drops and stuff would be very lovely. Because it is always difficult on a Friday where everyone's like, hey, did you know if you watched anyone else you could get a free ship? And I'm like, piss. Pun says, I wish I could get Gundam stuff, it's not for me. I won't paint shame. It's no worry. I mean, Puns, the reason I love the Gundam stuff so much is that it hits that nice sweet spot between Lego and Warhammer. Like, if you want to paint it, paint it. If you want to snap it together, that's fine. Like, there's no correct way of doing it, and I really like that. I've seen some really cool paint jobs based on this chunky unit, the O. And honestly, each time I see this horrendous mustard, I'm like, nah, dude, you need a better paint job. So what I'm actually thinking of doing, and I know it's pretty basic, but I'm thinking of just doing a matte black paint job on this, similar to the mechs from Heavy Gear 2. If you don't know Heavy Gear, it was a competitor to Mech Warrior back in the day, very, very, very loosely based on Assault Suits VTOMs. So they were shorter mechs designed to be more closer to power armor. The original game, Heavy Gear, was everyone was on a trash planet building mechs out of like rusty pieces, and the follow-up was you were part of a Black Ops Special Forces stealth team, like stealth dropping mechs into war zones and wrecking shit. It's real cool. Both published by Activision, both forgotten by Activision. Like, obviously, we do not condone video game piracy here on The Longship, on Twitch.tv, but I will say that, you know, Tiny Teenage Will got given a DVD that came from somewhere in Thailand, which was how I was able to play Heavy Gear 1. So, Ozymandias, what ho, friend? And to the smallest waffle, hello, hello. The waffles have begun. I hope they will be to your liking. Kimball is covered in green paint from their Gundam entry. Yes! Oh, puns. We do advocate for video games with piracy. I was actually looking at a strange little game called Salt. Things I was considering that we play for today. And apparently they're doing a sequel where the individual in question has made a procedural generation system for the islands and oceans. So basically it's like, I mean, kind of One Piece, like set sail for infinite piracy. Kind of cool. But yeah, to those of you who just joined us, I was thinking of doing Exapunks today, but we're not going to be doing Exapunks today because, check this shit out. The Trash World News zines, the in-game magazine from Exapunks, is back in print on a service called Lulu. This is the official reprint as well. So, just like with Search for the Obra Dinn. Is it Search for the Obra Dinn? Return of the Obra Dinn. Alright, Return of the Obra Dinn book. It's in stock! Oh, why am I poor? Alright, hey, so I'm sorry if any of you had plans on feeding your pets or children. I am going to be waging war against that. Friends, the physical copy of the book from the Return of the Obra Dinn is in stock. Now, the Exapunk zine is $5. This is 36. So I will not be getting this, but I'm glad it exists. Oh, sorry, Pun Spectre. My apologies. So, Exapunks is an exceptional game. It is one of Zachtronics' great highlights. Like, let me send you the Steam link on this one. So, you play a hacker, but more like a late 80s, early 90s kind of hacker. You read through a zine, and you write viruses to affect different systems and hardware. But you have to find exploits through reading all these different little things. Oh, it's fucking cool. Yeah, have a look at it. The Game Boy was the demo level and I loved it. But the fact that you could get physical copies of the in-game zine makes my nerdy little heart happy. Yeah, Pun Spectre, it's a hacking game, but like more like the freaking era of where you would exploit hardware. Oh, I apologise, it must be something I ate. Sorry, friends, to keep the air circulating, I've got the window open, so apologies if the random noise of the outside world. Smallest waffle! Shh! I'm also going to wait for it to cool down so I can actually sit here in a trench coat and shades and play it. I should have got a trench coat and shades for 19.4. God. Should have done that. The fool I am. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. House order, represent! Oh, Wolfgrab was just adding that they've been really enjoying the Gundam building because they find it relaxing. The occasional tiny robot. Numbers, it is not my birthday till next Friday. And no official plans have been made. Initially, I was just going to invite everybody to the dog bar. And that was it, like, no presents, no plans. Wait, Numbers, when's your birthday? Because your birthday's super soon, isn't it? Wait, no. Or was yours a... No, you're a Christmas birthday. Yeah, yours is December. Okay. Mecha Noel, what's her friend? I'm not making any proper plans right now, because if I end up getting the bad luck, like, I doubt I'll be in the clear by next week. Like, assuming I haven't got the lurg, touch wood, assuming that it's fine, I'll be out of lockdown on Tuesday. Numbers, I wasn't... Thank you. I wasn't... I was trying to inflict it upon you lot. I wasn't suggesting it for myself. I will say though, friends, if you haven't played Return of the Obra Dinn, get the physical book because it's gorgeous. It's just gorgeous.
I always hate birthday puns because they tend to get old.
Oh.
Cried laugh.
Puns, you terror. Oh. It's interesting, really, you say not staying, just hit. Oh, I thought you said not to torture you. Ah, I missed the first part. So really, you're just doing a drive-by, make us hungry. Joke's on you. I'm getting homemade chili tonight. So me. Oh, and Rilu, love to you as well, friend. Love to you as well. If we can see it from our balcony, then I'll definitely have a look tonight. But unfortunately, for the most part, it's going to be will indoors until Tuesday. But yeah, so jumping back. I'll let you all know if we do a thing for my birthday. We'll definitely be streaming. Like, I'll definitely get to digi hang out with all of you lot. But if we do anything physical, I'll let you know. But I don't know. Right now, my hope is at minimal, and so is my luck. So I'm just going to assume the worst. Anyway. Aside from Rilu torturing us all with food nonsense, how has it been going with your lovely selves? I mean, y'all watched us play 9 hours of Sea of Thieves last night. God, we need a way to express fresh and interesting video games in a way that isn't, it's an indie game, but it's AAA! Like, the thing that I'm finding fascinating is that the more time I'm spending with Sea of Thieves, the more I'm coming to appreciate it. Like, there's a lot to it, and a lot more to it than I was ever expecting. And I've sung the praises of a lot of... Oh, shush, other Will. You're not invited to this. Sorry. There's more to it than I was ever really expecting. But it's unfair to describe it as having, like, indie game philosophies. Because I remember saying that about Death Stranding, and some actual indie dev friends of mine being rightfully pissed at me for saying that. I mean, Rilu, we would have helped rehome you. Everyone would have understood if you'd burnt the place down. The spider has since disappeared without me moving it. Oh, that's worse. That's much worse. Alright, what you need, bungee cords, a half-pipe tube, you know, the kind of get for guttering, about yay long, and 2 glue-on handles. You're basically going to make the equivalent of the nuke launcher from Fallout, but it's a shoe. Sea spider, whang, shoe. There we go. See, there we go. I've given you a crafting hobby at the same time as providing solutions. Jumping back. Vanderby says, currently ask myself, why do I have a bug bite under my shirt? Hate that. Okay, Smallest Waffle does make a good point, Rilu. Have you considered charging the spider for living in your house? Could be a good source of like a secondary income. And Rilu, when we say huge, are we talking like you're worried about using the vacuum in case the spider grabs it from you and turns it around? Any spider that can disarm you is something to be afraid of. Jumping back, Wolfgrad was saying on the video game stuff that sometimes it seems like anything that's not a $1 billion AAA franchise is referred to as an indie. Yes. And like I said, a lot of people have started using AA more. It doesn't... Like, I understand the system that it comes from, but it doesn't quite hit. Because that middling space is so nebulous. Small studio, but with a publisher backing. Is that a small studio? Like, or a large indie that operates completely by themselves. Spider grabs vacuum. Well, that sucks. So, friends, I have picked out a little smorgasbord of games for us to have a crack at today. Initially, I said Exapunks was what I was going to play with you all until I found out about the zines. And considering the zines are only $5 a pop, I'm gonna splash the cash. I'm also thinking of, for my birthday, of basically doing like a 90s gamer LAN theme. Like, let's play Unreal Tournament. Let's play Facing Two Worlds. Because it's such a bad map. And it goes on forever. And yet. Like, I don't know if you've all have ever played Facing Worlds Instagear, but it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. I just love it. Cool. Oh, Rilu says, hold your hands in front of you. Spread your fingers wide. And then relax them a little bit. That's about the size of the damn spider. So it probably could grab the Dyson. Oh, Kimball says at Ubisoft they had little A, double A, triple A, and quad A. That makes... It's all nonsense, absolutely. I remember when... Was it Jurgen who took over Sega? Did his whole speech about like the Japanese philosophy of the Ichiban. Sorry, you've got to forgive me. I'm paraphrasing, so both my Japanese and my grammar will be atrocious. But it was the business philosophy that you have one Ichiban product. So this was something that I believe either Panasonic or Sony were known for. So you'd have 5 tellies that you're about to release, but you'd pick one of the TVs in that season's lineup, and that's the Ichiban product. Which makes sense when you say it out loud, until you realise that video games aren't televisions. That you can have a bunch of video games, but Virtua Tennis and Total War aren't 2 of the same telly. They're very different. God, I remember that. God. And then they used to use the term tentpole release, which made sense. Until you realise that every release was a tentpole release. I'm like, how many fucking poles does this tent have? At this point, it's more pole than canvas. God, I love those. Oh, Wolfcrad was saying that UT99 Instagive used to be preferred modes. We played a lot of Facing Worlds. God. Numbers are saying, can we play Tic Tac Foe again? You know what? If you all want to play a few rounds of that, I'm down. My friends, I got nowhere else to be. I got nowhere else I can be. So if you all want to throw down on some multiplayer noughts and crosses, fuck it, I'm in. Plus, like, that's only, like, the noughts and crosses game is fun for a few hours. And then, I don't know, a weird part of me really, really wants to go back to, what was it called? Scroll back down and find the name of it. It's not that far down now. Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. It was Among Trees. Like, chill pastel punk survival game with no stress. Sign me up. But with a little bit of danger. The danger is bears. Kimball says Ubisoft's all about satellites. Right? But it makes you wonder that with the amount of studios that Ubisoft considered to be satellite studios, it's basically just a small ball surrounded by an asteroid belt. Stammering says that this spider talk reminds me of their asshole neighbor. You were neighbors with a spider? Sorry, it goes on. Discovered a wasp's nest in her loft, refuses to get it removed, and gets a new roof installed. They disturb the nest, and now little areas feckin' wasps all the time. No! Thank you, outside drillman. Again, apologies for the outside noise, friends. I need the air. FML. More pole than canvas was Vanderbeest's Bluegrass Jam Band. Love it. Okay, so Tic Tac... Fuck you guys. So Tic Tac Foe is actually called Tic Tac Together. We started playing this on a Saturday just for some fun. And it's Multiverse... Well, okay, it's Pocket Dimension Noughts and Crosses, or Tic-Tac-Toe. So, everyone splits into two teams. You choose where you're going to place your nought or your cross, depending on your team. And if two teams of the same amount compete for the same square, it creates another board inside the board, creating this like universe within a universe within a universe. It's fucking brilliant. Sorry, jumping back. I told you all about the basement I was living in, which had the real horror story, right? I told you about that one? So after I moved out of Ket's place, I moved into like a little room in a nearby house. The people were lovely, and it was exactly what I needed for like, you know, a good jumping off point before I moved in here. Thing was, it wasn't a basement in Seattle. So let me tell you, during the summer, it was gorgeous. It was lovely and cool. But, it had a problem, which was that it was cold, and it was not nice and cool. And it was full of spiders. It was full of spiders. Now, thing was, I would reach a point where I would do spider checks when coming to bed. Which is understandable, right? But I just moved in. I've been there maybe a couple of weeks. And so I'm still using like a futon and a sleeping bag. You know, I didn't have a bed yet, which you lot bought for me, and I still have. Our big bed in there is still the same one you got from me for IKEA, just so you know. It even has the cool stickers on it and everything. So, it's been a long day. Stream has been good, but I am beat. So I come on in, turn light on, get into bed, turn light off, and I'm just lying there. I'm probably blipping on my phone or something, and I go down to scratch my leg because it's itching. And when I bring my hand up, it's wet. I turn the light on because I'm worried I've like, I don't know, picked a spot that I didn't know I had or something, you know. And it is not my own blood. It is a smushed spider. A sizable bastard at that. I just wish I could have recorded the fact that I basically... You know when you disturb a cat and it kind of leaps into the air afraid? I did that! Shook out the sleeping bag, hit the blankets, I beat the fucking futon into submission, shook out everything, checked the curtains, I checked the fucking closet, everything. I did not sleep well that night. And at that point, anytime anything on me itched, I was like, nope. Fuck that. Sorry. Wolfgrad's like, wow, this sure is going to make Rilu feel so much more comfortable about leaving that spider alone. I'd feel guilty, Rilu. Except I don't. Oh. But we're high enough up. In our current place, occasionally we'll get an ant or two. And yeah, there's been a few times where I've been like sitting on the balcony and stuff, and then I'll scritch and I'll be like, no, that's an ant. So I'll blow them off onto the tree or something. For the rest of the afternoon, my skin is itching like a mother hubbard because I'm just imagining ants. But, like, ants are fine. I mean, Pun Spectre, here's what I did to make sure it didn't lead to PTSD. I moved upwards. But, you know, I'm lucky. I don't have arachnophobia. I'm usually the one that has to capture and relocate spiders. So. Well, and Rilu, if they get you in the bathroom, you have the advantage there. Numbers is like, did someone mention arachnophobia? Because hi! Everyone's like, hello! So yeah, so friends, I think today's one of those days where we're going to rotate through a few different games, because we'll be here for a while, and I don't want to just bore you all to tears with one game for 1,000 hours. So yeah, I figure I'll have a natter for a bit longer, post up to see if anybody else wants to come join us for multiplayer Tic Tac Toe. We're not going to be doing Exapunks because I want to wait until we have the zines. I was kind of... One of the things I was thinking about today, friends, was actually replaying a bit of the Magic Circle. Like, not doing a full playthrough, because that does take about, like, 5 or 6 hours. But, I don't know, the Magic Circle's quickly becoming like a comfort game. You know, because it's made by devs that we love, and it's an exploration of video games from a very honest perspective. Like, no one in that game is the villain. No one is the hero. And we talked about this a lot at GDC, but the final boss stage, well, I should say, like, the exhibition stage, like, Ish's descent into madness as people are leaving the auditorium is still one of the most poignant pieces of art when discussing the creation of video games. Sadly, Smallest Waffle, it's just somebody outside's playing, I don't know, drill roulette or something. Oh. And really, yeah, again, sorry you've been dealing with shite neighbours. Because the thing is, I've got loads of stuff stored up, but it's that whole thing of... I mean, we were talking about this the other day. Shit, who was I talking about it to? Oh, when I was talking to Ems about Hades. That sometimes video games need to be approached in the right way to enjoy them. And it's not something we really discuss. Okay, we discuss them, but it's not something that's discussed in video games enough. Like, I've got Fallout 76 installed, but I'm waiting for either the right group of people at the right time, you know? Plus, I'd want to get a private server, and that does mean paying for Fallout first. But it is what it is. And we're still waiting for bloody Dark Souls 3 multiplayer to come back. Oh, that's way cool. Sorry, Really was saying, as far as they know, the shite neighbours are leaving soon. And yeah, if you deliver them a nice spider to chase them out. And stammering, I think what I do with something like Fallout 76 is I'd start playing it with a little squad, see how many people hung on, and then open it up. Because, I mean, you lot would have a lot more time than myself to play on that server, so... So yeah, the question is when. And the thing is, I really want to play more Northern Journey, but that game makes me itch. The sound design for the leeches and the flies is too good. Friends, after we played that the other night, I was scratching for like the rest of the evening. I'm not even joking. Like, it is possible to do sound design too good. Ah, well, Pun Spectre, I'll make sure that it's announced well in advance. Because there's some story beats that I'd love to show people that I'm aware of but I haven't experienced. Like the fact that Jason Mewes plays a ghoul in one of the bars. And I'm like, shit. I don't know why, but Jason Mewes was always destined to be in a Fallout game. Don't ask me to explain that. It just makes sense. Although it was fecking years after playing Fallout New Vegas that I found out that Matthew Perry plays the... Well, I wouldn't say the villain, but the early villain. Oh, Pun Spectre says, all I experienced was bugs, and not the rad kind. Yeah. They'd never do it, because I know Fallout 76 had to dodge a lot of lawsuits and stuff. They were desperately trying to avoid getting... Oh... The consumer advocacy group in the US, I forget what they're called. Is it a class action? Nah, that's the kind of lawsuit. Anyway, I know Bethesda were desperately trying not to get sued because of how badly the sales and marketing of Fallout 76 went. I really wish we could get an honest post-mortem from that game. Because I have this theory that there was a lot of meddling and interference with the initial premise. And the initial premise was meant to be co-op Fallout. And then I can see Todd Smugface Howard being like, no, actually I'm going to add multiple people in, and we're going to add some of that battle royal, multi-emergent, blah, blah, blah. Basically, Todd spat a bunch of buzzword bingo at people, and they weren't in a position where they could go, Todd, fuck off. What do people want? They want co-op Fallout. What are you giving them? Not co-op Fallout. Kyle was saying the group events are fun. Yeah. I mean, shit, Kyle, your playthrough of Fallout 76 really got me to reconsider it as a project and like where it succeeds. Fuck it. It's not a day of piracy, but I'm going to put shanties on because it makes me happy. Getting shanty with it. What? I like the waves noises. Although, if any of you desperately hate the shanties, I will change it. No, and Kyle, like, don't be sorry. It can be really hard to overcome our personal biases in video games. And in a weird way, we need to be more careful of our personal biases because we discuss games industry as well as games themselves. And sometimes having the full picture can kind of put you in a logic trap of sorts. And it can be hard to come out of that. I mean, I've talked to you all about I had a lot of bias against VR games for a while because of all the like speculative investment and venture capital people pumping money into VR games because they were going to be the new paradigm. When it was clear they didn't have that much in the way of legs, and because of that aggressive investment, a bunch of studios were like, we're all VR now! And they made VR games and they sold 4 copies and like, we're all out of a job now! Like, I had a lot of bias against that for a while. And it's taken me a while to, you know, stop being a jerk. Okay, Puns and Relu have approved the shanties, and that's all the approval that I need! So yeah, I'm not saying that we should forget Fallout 76, its weird launch, I'm not saying that we should forget the nonsense that happened. It's just... We live in an age, we experience an industry where a game can become drastically different. Like, what it was and what it becomes can become two different things. And that's a kind of a hard thing to work with, because it means you're constantly having to reassess your opinion of a piece of art. You can't experience the art, form your opinion, and kind of like, put a sticker on it. Cool! I have experienced one whole art. I understand it. Oh no, that's what I wanted to talk to you all about. I have bad news. So, as you know, friends, things are difficult right now. We're all on lockdown from exposure, and it has made things very difficult. And along with a bunch of other stuff that I don't want to get into right now. If things get dire, I'll talk you all through it, but... However, throughout this week, I've had a shining gem, a hope, a beacon to look forward to. The new SD Gundam game, SD Gundam Alliance, has a demo on the Switch. And I have been looking forward to it. So, when was it, like... Tuesday? Wednesday it comes out? So I'm like, alright, I'm going to get this downloaded and I'm going to play it. My Switch is dead as a doornail, so I put it onto charge overnight. Following day, I download the demo. It took far too long because the Nintendo service is very slow. Alright, demo's downloaded. I'm ready to play it by Thursday. Thursday comes along and it's like, nah, just kidding. You have to update your Switch. It even does this thing. Where it's like, hey, do you want to update your Switch or do you just want to play the game now? I'm like, hey, it's a demo. I just want to play it. It's like, cool, that's fine. Just kidding, you have to update. I'm like, ugh, fine. So Thursday night, I update it. And with everything that fucking happened on Friday, after stream, admittedly drunk, I snuggle into bed. I put on Palm Springs, because apparently time travel movies are like my comfort media now? I don't know. I mean, actually, I could talk your ear off about Palm Springs and about how the three main characters are all different ways of dealing with situations outside of their control, but that's another story. But no. I've had 9 hours of Sea of Thieves, I'm 3 pints of wine deep, I'm like, yes! Now is the time for Gundams! I've waited! I have struggled. It has taken days to get... And the game's shite. It's bad. It's bad. Now, maybe the PC version will be better. It does this thing where it shows you cutscenes that have this like really clean, crisp style. But the game has weird blur filters on it. So it looks so bad, because they have these cutscenes where everything looks great, and they show you the same models in action, and it's trash garbage. I've never wanted to drown an NPC as quickly after meeting them since emergency meat supply from Genshin. Yeah, I mean, it has that Vaseline on the lens kind of vibe, but it doesn't carry it consistently through all the assets. And the cutscenes make things look great, and the gameplay makes things look shite! I can't know! Ah! I was just checking to see if Numbers is still watching. Numbers is like, don't you badmouth Paimon. More like baked in a Paimon. Alright? Boosh. Nailed it. Why do you love that old man? But no, I'm No! Hey, J-Post. That's fucking cool of you, thank you. Yeah, J-Post, you've done it again. But seriously, J-Post, thank you. But no, sorry, I got hands-on with it, and it's just bad. It's simultaneously a watered-down Dynasty Warriors game, but also with an overly complex boss system that's not too dissimilar from the from the poise system of Sekiro. But you can't control your mech with any real finesse because it's a budget Dynasty Warriors clone. And I'm just... Again, friends, you know those times when you just got that one thing you're kind of hanging on to? You know, that donut in the fridge, that last ice cream, that movie you're looking forward to. Life's falling down around your ears, and you're like, no, this is going to be my little thing. And it's bad. So... It's... In the Gundam games on Steam lineup, it's not the worst. So, like... If we have a look... So... Alright, so looking at the Gundam games on Steam, we've got SD Gundam Battle Alliance, Gundam Evolution, which we tried, SD Gundam Generation Cross Rays, New Breaker, and Super Robot Wars. I'd say Gundam New Breaker is still the worst. And... So, SD Gundam Generation Cross Rays is a tactical turn-based RPG, but each of the campaigns is a different series. So you have the characters kind of playing out their roles as it was in the TV show, and then you get to contribute to the battles. And the idea is, like, later on you kind of mess with space and time, so you can add your mechs alongside, like, iconic fights, which is real cool. Super Robot Wars 30 has great mech designs and a garbage plot. I assume if you can either ignore the plot or just stomach it for a bit and get through it, it's not bad. But I couldn't get into Super Robot Wars 30 because the characters were so completely mismatched from all of the mech designs. And it was just... It was like dealing with my first school visual novel level plot. So mad. So mad. So, of those two, I'd say SD Gundam Generations Cross Rays is good. SD Gundam Battle Alliance is down there with New Breakers. Like, do not buy. Do not buy. Mobile Suit Battle Operation 2, it's got a lot of gacha. But the basic matches they're fun, they're weighty, they're heavy. So I'm really looking forward to that on PC. And Gundam Evolution is cruelty-free, GMO-free Overwatch. It's like, yo, did you want to play Overwatch but not feel guilty? Gundam Evolution! Doesn't have much to do with the Gundams. Sorta? Like, the suits are definitely designed around their armor, but everything's a lot squishier than it would be in the series, so... So yeah, it's... I'm sorry, friends. I was looking forward to SD Gundam Battle Alliance as well, and maybe the PC version's going to be better. Maybe it's going to be great on that system. But I played it on Switch. Do not buy that game on Switch. This is why we don't pre-order. It saves us from misery. God. I don't understand why these Gundam games are so bad. I can only assume it's because there's such constraints on the license, they have to do all sorts of weird stuff. I mean, that's all I can think of. Vanderby says, I think we need a third option. What do you reckon? Because we don't get Gundam games based on any of the specific series. And I can only assume that's due to licensing, or because they want to include more mechs, you know, for like licensing purposes. And SD Gundam's kind of always been their fun little playground, like their, yo, let's just put everyone together and have fun with it. God. Sorry, I know this is a weird thing to be salty about, but in the demo, you have to play as a GM, like a standard GM, versus Barbatos, and win. And there's a little part of my brain that's like, nah, this doesn't, no. Stop trying to make me default facto hero. No. I'm driving the equivalent of a fucking Ford Nissan against a full motion controlled, like, beast mech. Stammering says there's probably a fan-made game out there that plays better than the others. Like the Attack on Titan fan game. Yes. Although, I will say, Stammering, I haven't done the official Attack on Titan games, so I don't know how they are. And I'd be down to try them. I wonder how much of it is going to be legit spoilers and how much of it is going to be trash. Because, like, Berserk and the Band of the Hawk was an interesting one, but sadly, it was a solid but alright Dynasty Warriors clone. But yeah, so Stammering, probably? If I ever get the time, friends, I will do that YouTube series I was talking about where I play every Gundam game. Because I'm really curious to see at what point the Gundam games started getting bad. Because there's a few bangers. Back on the SNES, there was a Gundam F91 game that was fascinating. Because it's a tactical turn-based game, but combat was in real time, where you had to actually like aim, lock on, and shoot. It's fucking cool. I mean, I had to download a GameFAQs translation guide to be able to play it, but... and a lot of the Gundam fighting games have been top tier. So yeah, I'd be interested to have a look and see if those are about. Oh, Brian, Watto and welcome. Your question has been denied. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to yell your ears off, friends. It's just I was looking forward to that SD Gundam game so much. It was so poor. It was so poor. Oh. Oh, sorry. Distracted by a million things simultaneously. I mean, friends, you've had to hear about the other game that I've been obsessed with, which has been Attica. And... God... The game's been so fucking good. Do you ever get that feeling where, like, even though the game is already a success, the game is already what it wants to be and is doing all the things that it should, but you kind of want it to get a publisher just so it can sell a gajillion copies? Have you all ever had that? Not the, here is a game that I wish was better or different or changed, but here's a game that I wish was just with everybody. I kind of want to introduce the dev to one of the people over at Game Pass, because, God, it would do gangbusters over there. So Brian, I have been a video game community manager for longer than I can count. I've been in the games industry for over 10 years. This is like you coming in here and being like, have you heard of Bofa? You seem to take me for a fool. And currently I'm in the process of deciding what our day is going to look like. And Punspector, I do agree. They should have called it Tic Tac Foe. I mean, Tic Tac Together's not bad. It's just... I just wonder if we've got enough people for it. Like, if we do jump into Tic Tac Together, can I get a teeny tiny show of hands? If you haven't seen it before, okay, so Tic Tac Foe also plays similar to a lot of the Guy was like, 1am's a good time to set my PC up. Yeah. Ah, ship name Puntential. And Tankman, what I would welcome. Alright, so we've at least got like 5 or 6 peeps. Alright, we can do this. Bismarck says, how do you play? Right. And Tankman, thank you for the follow. Right. Wow, I had to think that one through. So, much like with Jackbox games and things like that, I'll give you all a room to join. Then it just shimmies you off into 2 teams where we'll be doing battle. Although I do reserve the right to kick it up with some Sonic jams or some of the garages. Then yeah, it's simultaneous turn-based, so you'll have like a minute and a half to choose your move. The other team does the same thing, and then everything resolves. So it should be kind of fascinating. Alright, so Kimball, I'll give it a couple minutes before I set everything up, but I think that's what we're going to do. I'll let the internet know what we're doing. Well, see, so Tankman, it's a fascinating game we stumbled across a while ago. And it really, like, I know one person who's played it other than us. It's only got 15 reviews on Steam. But yeah, it's basically Multiverse Tic Tac Toe, or noughts and crosses for Europeans. And it's good. And Wolfgrad, it was a ton of fun last time. Alright, so friendos, grab drinks, get snacks, get set up. I'll let the internet know what we're doing. Oh yes, Wolfcrad makes a very good point as well. Wolfcrad, thank you for saying. You don't need to buy this game. Just like with Jackbox and things like that, there'll be a link that you can join the game from. So you don't need to install anything. I'll be playing on my phone just to add complications. Well, so Bacon, I know what you mean, but I don't tend to just... I try not to spam Twitter with, I'm live, I'm live, I'm live, I'm alive, I'm dead, I'm alive again. I like posting on there when there's stuff for people to come join or watch or get involved with. Look at me doing all my stuff. Good at maths. Let's see what Giphy gives us for Multiverse. Oh, I like the Danger Multiverse. Oh, okay, Bacon. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. God, we need a review of the bingo cards. Right. Tankman was asking if we played Uno with friends or golf with friends. Yes. Golf with friends is a fascinating one, and definitely jumps into that glorious chaos that we've seen from, like, multiplayer group experiences. I mean, I know it's nothing new, like, we've had things like Mario Party and WarioWare and things like that for a gajillion years. But it's been interesting that in games it's taken us a while to understand and embrace the... It's not about winning, it's about a group experience type games.
Starboard! Seems we've got a survivor!
Alright, let's get this game set up so everyone can get ready. Best of. Alright. Yeah, we turn the music off. Full screen dark mode, thank feck. Feck it. If we make it 8 moves deep, brilliant. Alright, so we worked this out. So timer, 75 seconds. What was it? It was moves per player 2 was good. And... didn't we say it was like start with diagonal boards? Wasn't that the big one? Yeah, I think this was the settings we had last time that worked. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, and Bismarck, I'll have the website for you in just a second, friends. I think that's right. Alright, absolutely love the shanties. I'm going to have some over-enthusiastic Sonic tunes next, because if we're doing battle, we've got to have some keen. There we go. A little bit of Sonic-flavoured enthusiasm. There we go. You'll notice, friends, that I have a very, very eclectic mood today. Right. Alright, so that's how we're going to be going. So how to play. It will be playexo.games. Reminds me I'm going to use my phone for this one. Let's let people know that we're doing the thing. TikTok, you can fuck right off. Also, if I could, friends, if I could abuse your social media powers, if you would be so kind as to give this a like, a retweet, and a boost, as to share it with the great internets. Alright, so that's playexo.games. Yeah, my phone remembers. Okie dokie. Oh, so how to play. Once everybody is logged in, you will take turns in submitting your moves. Every move will be submitted at once and then resolved. If two of the same number of values resolve in the same square, that creates another universe inside that universe. If you outnumber the team on that one, your team wins. What was the other one? Oh, I think it's if both teams resolve on a draw where both would have won, I think you get a star? Oh yeah, so if neither team wins, the inner board always ends up. If both teams win the board with like, it results as a star, which is a win for both teams. There we go. Now, thank you, Kaibo! Oh, Bismarck, if you don't have Twitter, you're doing fine. I'm unfortunately locked into it for now and forever. Oh, because I can do this. Alright. Nice. Snuck myself in first. Alright, so friendos, this is the code. Boosh. People of the longship, come on down. Oh, and Tankman, like seriously. Thank you for the boost. Alright, so we got... Oh, wow, we've got a lot more people than I thought. Also, if it ends up being uneven teams, someone will get 2 moves. Oh, yes, good point. Here's everyone who's in.
Online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
And Lucum's Watto. Alright, so we currently got 5... Okay, so we currently have a lot of crosses and not a lot of noughts. So some of you are going to have to jump on over. Alright. So 5... Terror's the lot of you. Fine, I'll take you all on! Bring the thunder! Stammering's like, I got no idea what's going on. Nah, it's all good. I think we should have enough for 6 apiece. Yeah, I think we've got 12 people. I didn't think we'd have everybody all at once. Alright, but no, Lucums, thank you for 21 months, friend. Apologies for being all over the place. And yeah, Puns, you're right. It was probably people moving around without knowing. Stammering says, please, we'll just not speak for the crosses. Go easy on it. I mean, friends, this is a game with no winners, if you know what I mean. Right. Everybody ready? If anybody needs a second, speak now or forever hold your pens. Just realised. Pun Spectre just wishes to be a little naughty. You proud of yourself for that one, Puns? You proud of yourself? Right! Let us do battle across the field of... well, crossing! Let the battle begin. Alright, game start. You will have 1 minute and 25 seconds on your Mobleys, and you will get 2 moves each. Oh no! I turned off seeing where your other teammates have made moves. Piss. I have severely fucked up. Welcome to Chaos Mode. Nobody knows what anyone else is doing. There is no cohesion. Yeah, the 69 element has made it chaos. Oh, come on! Ref! I'm getting bullied! I'm getting bullied in the middle. Kaibal looks severely disappointed. What? Is this bullshit? Yeah! Alright, crosses for the win. Alright, crosses, we know. It's the battle of the top left. It's the battle of the top left. How can such a simple game become so competitive, you ask? Because reasons! Alright, here we go. The battle for top left begins. That's a multiverse. Yes! Woof! Okay, this could still... Yay! Extremely fast murder! Alright, numbers. We're going to call that a warm-up round because there's a feature in the settings, here we go, that lets you all see each other's moves. Yeah, teammates' moves visible. I turned that off because I'm a fucking idiot, but also because I thought, because I thought that... Yeah, Wolfgrad, it's much more strategic when you can see the other moves. No qualifications needed. You're just an idiot. Shh! Numbers! Tank and new people are here. They might think I'm cool. Don't blow my cover. Oh, hi, my name's Will. I'm clearly incredibly cool. Oh, Bismarck says best of 2? Alright. We can do that. God, we had one... Alright, let's give it a go. Alright, 6 people a team. Wait, is it 6? Yeah, alright. Let's go! Yeah, Lucums, that was my official cool guy voice. I understand it's very difficult because, you know, I'm so cool all the time that it's hard to know the difference. Yeah. Now we can see each other's moves. This has become tactical. And for those of you wondering, yes, this is a chiptunesian remix of Escape from the City. Because fuck it, it's my show, and I can be bloody cheerful if I want to be. Oh, that was mostly grounds. Ah. That was more grounds than coffee. Ah. We've all been there, it's fun. Yeah! Middle square! Middle square! Now the battle is on. What? How? We may need to tweak the formula a little bit. We may need to tweak the formula. Bless dark mode. J-Bud was like, what? Bismarck's like, bruh. Bruh. Smallest waffle? What do you mean rigged? Is it a coincidence that my team keeps winning? Or is it just that we're that good? Only time will tell. No, it's absolutely fixed. Okay, the battle for the center wasn't as brutal as I was expecting. I guess that multiverse within a multiverse, like that's where the fight's gonna be. Alright, I see two war zones. I see the center and I see the top left. I shall lead our forces to victory! Smallest waffle. The center can go up to, I think, 4-5 dimensions deep. Okay, so while we do... Actually, you know what? We'll focus on the noughts and crosses. I'll ask you after we do a couple rounds of this. But just hold in your... Oh, sorry. Wato and welcome. Hold in your minds, friends. What are some super old school multiplayer games that you'd like to do as a group? Ooh. Multiverse! Multiverse extinguished. Alright, I definitely need to tweak the format. We're not quite there yet, so that was another good warm-up. Alright, initial board starts 5. Definitely start with center. Move to player 2. Yeah, max board depth, 8. Alright, so the red team... J-Po's like, they can't keep getting away with this. Tankman, I don't know about CSGO, because I spent a lot of time in that game. Hey, I spent a lot... Hey! Unfit Films, I see you hanging out there. Wato and welcome. How are you doing? Okay, Uno's not a first-person shooter! Wait, is Uno a first-person shooter? Is there an Uno shooter? Do we now have to make an Uno shooter? Well, congratulations, friends! You've all been press ganged into making a video game. It's called Unos of War. Caffeine says, depends on how competitive your family gets. You know what? Fuck it. Welcome to Ultimate Multiverse. These will be the battles that decide. Stammering! Red Alert 2's not a shooter! What are you doing this to me? Tagman says they have coding knowledge and can possibly develop an Uno shooter. Okay, so think the card system from Neon White. So you're playing the cards at people. Number says, should we make Discord voice channels for groups? Hey friends, feel free. We've got our teams kind of locked in. So, I mean, there's a Discord with which to use. I'm going to keep it just for me here. Just to avoid, for those lovely people watching, to turning it into, and then 6 people scream at each other. However, if you lot are coordinating, I can follow your lead. Okay. We were in the supermarket today, and I saw there is Duo, the sequel to Uno. It is a card game you can buy, and the tagline is the world's second best card game. And for some reason, perhaps it's cabin fever, perhaps I'm just reaching that point in my life, but I thought this was the funniest shit ever. I mean, stammering, that's a good question. Uno film when? Alright. So here we go, friends. This one's for realsies now. But you know what? You know what? Best of 5. So, if you all want to jump into some Discord calls and team up, I'll give you a couple seconds to do that. Hey, EXO, congratulations on taking a breather. Although, I have been hearing from a lot of people how good Xenoblade 3 is, so... Oh, Number says, alright, so the O's are in general. Oh, no, so Pun Spectre, the last few rounds, those were from a... those are from a variant universe that has since been destroyed. So basically it means that all the crosses and noughts will be coordinated, except for me. And EXO, it's a good point. Binging on games can result in hating them later on, and nobody wants that. But it's definitely interesting. Like, I haven't seen a JRPG, like a traditional title in that space, get as much positive reception as universally in quite some time. Anyway, alright. Unless anybody desperately needs like another minute or so, I will begin the real battle of noughts and or crosses. This is Multiverse. This is Multiverse Scramble. Tankman says the X's are in the sneak in the back channel. Bloody course they are. Terror's the lot of you. Alright. Those hands in the air like you just don't care. Pun Spectre says it's actually more fun than expected, right? Like, it's not a game you could play for 7 hours, but as a party game, this is grand. Alright, let's go! See, what I'm doing is I'm just watching my team's maneuvers, and then seeing where I can kind of, like, slot in and help. Boop, boop. Oh, and remember, friends, hit your move, hit submit, then hit your second move, then submit. Just so you each get 2 shots. See how this plays out. Sorry, friends. I unironically love this track because Marble Garden Zone is probably one of my favorite Sonic levels to date. I feel like I holidayed there. This is the amount of time I spent on that level. Mainly because I couldn't figure out a quirk for... Shit. I couldn't figure out how to do Carnival Zone on Sonic 3 for 1,000 years. No! Damn it, Pun Spectre! You had one job! Oh, we are getting stomped! The Noughts have organized! Are we getting hustled? Are we getting hustled here? Hi, I'm friends with myself in the corner there. Alright, this is getting intense. Alright, friends, you know where you gotta back me up. Are we doing this? Are we doing this? I'm looking at what the crosses are planning, and I'm like, cool. So that's a massacre. Actually, you know what? Sorry, I've not played any of the digital versions of Monopoly. But you have to understand, I have like family trauma levels of Monopoly. I came from a very Machiavellian family, and so Monopoly was an exercise in cheating and lying more than it was a board game. God. We used to have family games of Risk that would result in just... Oh. 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 Hoppacha! Hoppacha! Step again, no! Oh, that last square is gonna be a fucking war zone. Alright! I cannot tell you to die for either noughts and crosses. I cannot lead you knowingly to your deaths. But the battle of bottom middle square will be hard fought. So let us charge forward! Let us die for the Emperor or die trying! We're watching a lot of 40k stuff at the moment. Won't lie. Tanksman was saying they used to drink and play poker with a bunch of friends. Not actual betting. That just got intense. Yeah. I never gleaned a great skill for poker with people. I absolutely loved Poker Night at the Inventory, one of the great games of our time. Johnny XP hanging out by himself. Wolfcrat over there hanging out by themselves. Everybody fighting in the bottom square. It's gonna be a bloodbath. Multiverse! TSG being like, hello! Fucking hell. Alright, friends, I'll see you in the multiverse. See you in the multiverse. So, Will, how was your Saturday? Yeah, I just kind of raved out to Game Shop stuff while playing Noughts and Crosses with 12 people. How's you? Pun Spectre says they stopped getting invited to their company Texas Hold'em. Math is fun. Yep. Tackman admits to using card magic tricks to hide cards. Yeah. I mean, in fairness, like, the closest I got to that kind of, like, you know, group card battle stuff was playing Commander at, like, previous companies. Stepagen, no! Oh, no. Either Stepagen got DC'd or something just happened. Bismarck, no. Oh no! Bismarck! Bismarck, don't bully me. Johnny XP, his best friend is also Johnny XP. I'll hang out with you, TSG. Numbers, I can't believe you've done this! Multiverse! Oh shit, yeah, we need to win that. Alright, friends, so we've got 2 squares we have to fight for. Bottom left, middle left. Sorry, bottom left, bottom middle. If we win bottom middle, we win. This is tricky. Not impossible. Okay. Okay. Alright. I'm in. I'm in. Hacker voice. Has anyone checked on Stepagen? Are they okay? But yeah, I'm sorry, going back. We used to play Commander Knights at CA and some of previous companies, and it was really good. It kind of had that, like, group poker vibe, but with a bit more of the, like, the bluff and bargaining, which I quite liked. Alright, here we go! Multiverse! Ooh! This could result in a draw, though. Multiverse! Multiverse! Bam! Although this doesn't really count as a proper win for us, because I think Stepagen got DC'd. And Lucums, we do have a plan to do Elden Ring Running of the Numpties, but we wanted to finish up Dark Souls 3, the class of 2020. Alright, first point goes to the crosses! Round 2! But yeah, I think Stepagen might have DC'd. No! Hey, so Lucums, absolutely. And I don't know if we want to do it as just a Will has to survive Elden Ring without help, or if we want to do a group running of the numpties. Like, no. Oh, Pun Spectre, absolutely. I just... Can I do that? Bismarck, I don't think I can kick Stepagen. I don't think I have the tools as the host. Cases. I mean, is Stepagen in Discord? Are they saying anything? Are they here? Stepagen, are you still with us? That time Caffeine got bullied. Johnny hanging out with best friend. It's also Johnny as well. I mean, admittedly, I'm Billy No Mates in 2 different universes. I want to give Stepgen like another couple of minutes before we get started. Sorry, if we need to do a refresh. Because at very least it'll open up a slot if anybody else wants to jump on in. I didn't expect we'd get everybody together, you know? But yeah, so whilst we're submitting moves and stuff, old school shooters and stuff like that you'd love to do as like a group day. Because I've been thinking about it, and Unreal Tournament Original, or Unreal Tournament 99, as some have called it, is a game that I love. And I'm pretty sure, 1, it still runs, 2, with a dedicated server, we should be able to host it real easy. But that's kind of a guilty pleasure for me, you know? You'll probably kick my ass at it, because, you know, 36? Coming up on 37-year-old Gin Fiend. I do not have reaction speeds like I used to. That's one of the reasons why we used to play so much Sniper Elite 3 until, sadly, loads of people couldn't play it. Oh shit, it's a triple wolf crowd attack! Oh, we might get our ass kicked on this one. Oh, piss! We are defeatees! Apparently, y'all didn't even need Stepagen for a victory. Multiverse! Sadly hanging out by myself there. Johnny and friends. Hanging out with the Tankmans. It's our new little sitcom. We got our ass kicked. It's 1 apiece. Everything to play for. Welcome to the Noughts and Crosses Long Championship. I'll be your host / shoutcaster / leader of the crosses. Multiverse. Multiverse. God. Like, Tankman, I am not a gentleman with a massive following, as I'm sure you've understood. But I will say, I got to go to RTX one year, and I watched a massive crowd watching 2 of the Achievement Hunter lads playing OG Surgeon Simulator.
Crosses, cult. Close enough.
How about no bacon? But I would say, if I ever got to the ridiculous stage of being able to have a big old following, I would absolutely fill an arena with one big match of this. God, I would abuse that power so much. Hanging out by myself there. It's just Will alone. Wow, no one contended Wolfcrad? We are slacking today. Woohoo! They're just so happy to be here. Yeah, get out of here, Hut. Multiverse! Multiverse! Okay. Bacon says, could you imagine this as a Megathon final game? Possibly? God. I mean, it would be very entertaining to play with a crowd, certainly. God, I'd love to see Quiplash as an Megathon final. Though the year they had the Who Can Be the Calmest game, that was definitely the one that impressed me the most. I hate that I keep forgetting the name of it because I talk about it a lot, but it's a physical game where you and your opponent both have heartbeat sensors on, and whoever has the lowest heart rate starts winning. It is a huge long table with a steel ball in the middle, and it heads towards whoever has the highest heart rate, so whoever is most chill starts winning. However, if you start getting excited that you're winning, the ball will start coming back towards you. And if the other person panics because they're losing, God, it's brilliant. Woohoo! I mean, Tagman, if you could scale this up to hundreds of noughts and crosses, that would be amazing. Woohoo! Multiverse! They're so happy to be here. Wait, I say, how come you all don't have that? Alright, so this is basically the rushdown. Alright. Both teams need one square to win, right? Can we grab it while stopping the other? Tankman, I don't actually know off the top of my head. There's at least like, God, 100 or so active people. The longship as a whole is pretty jumping. Yeah, reinforce our maneuvers. But yeah, I'd love to see this game be something that could be scaled up to stadium size. You know, imagine 200 noughts and 200 crosses go to war. That would be amazing. But I also understand that, like, from a logistics point... So, with games like this, it's not just creating the game that's the challenge, it's having a website that can handle that kind of traffic. You know, before it was Jackbox, you know, it was You Don't Know Jack. And they kind of mastered a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff throughout that whole process. And it's a huge undertaking, even with a game as simple as this. Get out of here, Bismarck! Get out of here, Numbers! Oh, shit. No! No! We got our ass kicked! Alright, best we can hope for now is a draw. Oh yeah, Fred, you're right. I've got to say it Mortal Kombat style. Get out of here! Noughts and crosses! 2 apiece. Alright, this is it. First one of 3 wins. Best of 5. This is the match that decides it. So, alright, if you want to know interesting things about the games industry and things around that, feck off. I gotta concentrate now. Yeah, alright, I'm liking our strats. I'm liking our strats. We got this. Although, again, the scores are made up and the points don't matter. If the circles win, if the noughts win, they won with a massive handicap of missing a step again. And if the crosses win, and they won with an unfair advantage, so it's fair. But the goal is not loss or victory. The goal is fun. And on that, we have already succeeded. Tank Man, it's a maneuver. It's my thinking bob. Bobbing for brain power, you know? Plus, it helps that the Game Chop soundtrack slap. Numbers is like, I disagree. The goal is always victory! Bing. Okay, this is a good spread. Wolfcrad looks somehow disappointed at the lack of conflict. Ah, piss. We're in danger. Alright, Cross's team, we've got to start blocking because we are so close to getting Waffles stopped here. You know what you gotta do. Alright. We gotta do this. I'm just so glad we can get together and play very serious video games with friends. And what we'll do, friends, is after this match, I'm gonna nip to the loo and get some water, maybe a cold towel or something, because it's getting toasty in here. And then we'll play one more. And after that, we can do whatever we want for the rest of the day, friends. Well, so Tankman, whilst I'm always down for a game of golf with your friends, I don't currently have it installed, and our internet is getting grumpy at me when I try and download things at the same time as stream. Because apparently, fuck me, I guess. Alright, let's see how this plays out. I'm genuinely nervous. Multiverse! Oh no, TSG. Fucking hell. Bamf. Oh, we are in shit now. Friends, this battle's gonna come down to a multiverse. I can sense it. Wolfcrad hanging out by themselves. How come you all don't want to hang out with Wolfcrad? What is up with you lot? So mean. Shit. Alright. It's a fight to the death, and I'm focusing on my stuff. Oh no! Okay, sorry. Usually I'd have some quips. I'd usually have some banter for you. Nah, to quote Bismarck, all gas, no brakes, noughts and crosses. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I'm gonna need some ice water after this to cool the fuck down. Here we go. Here we go. It's fucking tense. Oh! It's not over yet. Oh, fuck. This could be another draw. We might not be out of the woods yet. Wait, hang on. How did that one end up being a cross? I thought you guys kicked our ass. What just happened? Did we just cheat? I feel like we just cheated. Did something break? What? What just happened? I'm very confused. I'm very confused. Alright, friendos. We're going to have one more game in just a second. I mean, okay, it's going to be another behemoth. That should have been to the north. We broke something there. So we will be having a grand rematch in just a second. But seriously, I need some water before we continue, because the last thing I drank was coffee grounds. And we're gonna go from there. Oh, hey, Tankman, it was lovely to make your acquaintance. Thank you for joining for this, right? Like, usually I will talk your ear off about video games and the games industry. So, yeah. Hopefully we get to see you next week. Or if Fiona and I do decide to do Sloopy Sundays tomorrow on Sea of Thieves, you're more than welcome to come join us. But yeah, have a lovely weekend if we don't see you. Yeah, Numbers, that was your win. Wolfgrad says they won't be joining the next game because it's late. Alright. This is Tic Tac nonsense right there. But we'll have one more. We'll have one more game of this, friends. So, go get some water, stretch your legs. We've got 12 slots to fill and you are all cordially invited to come play. So I'll be... No, that's the wrong button. All this Stream Deck power and I pushed the wrong button. Alright, friends. I'll be back in just a sec. Don't you go anywhere.
Sneak.
Hello, hello. You can't see it, but I have an ice cold towel on my neck. I got a bottle of water sitting between my legs, which is also frozen. Okay, so let's set up another game, give people a chance to get signed in and sorted. But here's what I'm thinking. What do we want to tweak about that? Because I think the initial board starts is good. I think the timer's fine, best of, and I think the 2 moves per player works. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I can do to make this better. And let's see what the code is. Alright. Let me get on in first, make sure everything's working. These smooth jams play in the background. Woo! Alright. The code is appearing on your twitch.televisions now. Woo! So we'll see how many peeps we get. Snarko! Why are you like this? Why are you on my team? I'm a professional. I'm a professional streamer on this twitch.television, and yet I must put up with these hecklings from the sidelines. Also, just because a friendo was posting on Twitter, also, thank you for those that did like likes and shares and whatnot. I don't have the bad lurg currently. There is a chance that I might. I've decided that while I'm going to be isolating for 5 days, I've not taken a rapid test today. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not meeting anybody. And that way, I won't know until after the stream is done if I'm in for the suck, you know what I mean? Because I'm gonna live in blissful ignorance for a few hours with you lot. Now, again, I'm not going outside, I'm not interacting with anybody, and I would never advocate for woeful ignorance. But this morning I was at that point where I was so close to just breaking. Anyway, and Volchipony, how are you doing, friends? Hello and welcome. Well, alright, stammering, if it's a case of crosses win, then I'm going the other side. Yeah, Bismarck, sorry about that. And you got to admit, like, there's a certain amount of, like, battle tactics to this. Danger! Multiverse! Kimball's in. I mean, 3v3, this could be interesting because it's enough to win one square, but only with cohesion. And the crosses kind of have a disadvantage because I'm not in voice chat, so I have to follow their lead, which I don't always do because I get very excitable. God. I genuinely considered, friends, streaming Panzer Dragoon Saga today, just because I figured I might be very self-indulgent, but I don't quite have the brain power for, like, arty-farty, like, super ridiculous Sega tier nonsense. Thinking about it. Really thinking about it. Alright, caffeine's in. Still plenty of space, still plenty to play for. I will say, in the event that the teams are unmatched, whichever team has less people gets more moves. So it makes for more cohesion, so it's kind of an advantage, you know what I mean? Like, right now, each team has 8 moves. That's 2 per person on the crosses, but peeps on the Noughts team will have more maneuvers. Yeah, but only Sega tier music, right? Ooh! Okay! I was reminded of something this week. How many of you have played Advance Wars? I know it's not like the full strength of the Longship here, but like on average, how many of you... Hey, Wolfcrad! Welcome to the fight! How many of you have played Advance Wars?
time to get tactical.
Bravo, Fearless, bravo. And obviously, thank you for the bits. Because those keep me alive. Hut was saying they played some a while back. Okay. Back before I even started working in video games properly. So after I was at Lionhead, but before I joined Sega, I found this thing online called Advance Wars by Web. And it is a web-hosted take your turn, pass it on, not quite play by email, but similar. And it's all browser hosted with, I think, support for up to 16 people. And considering that it has been around longer than my entire video game career, I do not feel bad talking about it. I was thinking, friends, because we're going to be stuck indoors for a few days, like, if anyone would be interested in playing a turn-per-play Advance Wars, I think we should get one of those going. Because Firestrager was saying that we need more games that we as the Longship can play together, where we don't all have to be online at once. No worry. Sorry, Wolfgrad was saying that they can't jump into voice chat yet. Somehow I feel like Numbers is going to become Commanders of the Noughts. Mainly because the last round ended in cheap victory. Caffeine was saying if Civ 6's play-by-mail wasn't trashed here, I'd suggest that. Very true. There was also a zombie survival game by the same people that did Neptune's Fortune. But it has really weird reviews on Steam, so I'm not sure if it's something we need. Sorry, I don't know. You're going to have to deal with a me slowly unraveling live on twitch.tv for today, just so long as you're all prepared for that. RC Wolfgrad, I'm doing the same thing. View the mubes and respond late to complement the strategy. That does mean that Hut, Caffeine, and whichever of you jokers is it's a cult. It's not a cult. That you'll got to set the tone. You got to set the pace. But yeah, so I was thinking about that as a game that we can play together. I mean, the big games can take a while, but if everybody's taking their turn like once a day, or faster, it can get real speedy. I played it at a previous workplace, and it was fun. But it's like, don't join a big 16-player game with strangers, because it'll never finish. As for the legalities of it, I have no idea. That is entirely on the people that run it. But considering they've been around longer than I've had a games career, as I said, I don't feel too bad talking about it, you know? Stammering says, well, I don't know who, but I bet It's a Cult is a very handsome, incredibly intelligent Yorkshireman. I guess we'll never know. A mystery for the ages. Heck it, yo. Bacon saying, so what you're saying is we should get a BBS door game going. No, that's too old. Too many flashbacks there. God. Although I will say, any game you have to connect to via Telnet always makes you feel like the coolest cool kid hacker in the world. Alright, friends, we've still got 4 slots if you would like to come play the Multiverse game to end all Multiverse games. Sorry, not Multiverses. That's the one with Bugs Bunny wrecking Superman, which continues to amuse me. Now, you are all cordially invited. I can give you the room code. All you need is your mobile phone to jump on, or like you can use a browser if that's easier. I'm using my Mobley because it kind of reminds me of Mega Man Battle Network. You know, the idea of being able to like hack into your toaster with like a device. Ah, good times. Oh, that reminds me, I didn't get to watch that documentary about Mega Man Battle Network. Number saying let's just start with 8. Yeah, I'm going to give it another couple minutes, but this might be the team that takes it. And, you know, we've been on this for like an hour and change. And after this, it's our choice if we want to be just chill, hanging out in the woods, or if we want to play something weird. That's up to us. Bismarck says the X's aren't in voice chat. Oh, shit. So we don't have coordination. Oh, this could be spicy. All right, friends. Gotta give it like another minute, and then it's go time.
Let's go.
Oh, I might. Yeah, I might bring the garages back for a bit of a punk battle soundtrack for the next round. Because while I do love this, there's only about like another couple minutes left on. Alright, so, pause. We'll come back to you, Sonic. You'll always be in our hearts. Alright. Last call. Last call. Join to speak now or forever hold your peace. Alright. Play us into battle. Seattle Garages. And I have permission to play their songs, which makes me feel fucking cool. God.
You're gonna light us on fire and expect
There we go.
to happen like it doesn't matter. That's not the
Hopefully the audio levels are all nice.
lift the ones we love.
Alright, friends. Without further ado, let battle commence. Let's go!
Cause then we get angry and everyone you know is going to feel
Wolfgang's like, no coordination? That's like me, playing sports. Alright, I see the plan down there. Yeah, why not? We can't let it go unchallenged.
We're gonna fight gods, we're gonna fight gods, and we're gonna win. We will get our vengeance in the end. We're gonna fight gods, we're gonna fight gods, and we're gonna win. And nothing will remain the same again. And our redemption arc is coming up.
Ooh. Alright. Top right is yours. First blood has been spilled. Well, I wouldn't say first blood. It's more like it got taken. Ooh. The battle lines have been drawn. It's just me by myself? Where's my backup? Oh. Fight tune, fight tune, fight tune. Yo. All weapons, center stage, attack! It's gonna be a bloodbath in the center. This is it, friends. You're gonna see noughts and crosses slewn across the battlefield. It's going into the meat grinder in the center. I'm calling it now. Alright, here we go! Oh, bring it, Kimball! Multiverse! The cult is slain. Oh shit! Wolfgrad at the end, like, I don't want to say that was some brilliant strategy from people that have no strategy, but both. All right, Noughts, bring your A game. Bring your A game. Or your Nought game. Oh yeah, get 2 moves. Alright. Round 2 for the best of 3. Let battle commence! Ooh, multiverse. Double multiverse. Triple multiverse! The fuck is this timeline? Me and Hot just hanging out in the middle like there's no big deal. Alright, Stammering, we'll keep going. And if it ends up happening, then it is what it is. Grrr. I will say the animation on the little faces is probably one of the biggest strong points in this game. Sometimes, friends, this is all you need for a little day. For the whole day! Hanging out by myself here, it's a lonely dimension. Oh. Oh, that was half of Noughts' team play. Shit, it's on a race now. Maybe coordination's not helpful in this game. Alright, if Noughts can take this one. Multiverse! Oh no! Go to some faraway lands I have yet to visit. Sometimes, Stammering, it's just really hard being this good at Team Noughts and Crosses. I might actually submit us for an official esports team. Seriously, I'm going back to what Tank was saying. I genuinely love to see this as like as a big team sport. Have you all ever seen competitive rock, paper, scissors? One throw. One throw. Caffeine and caffeine, hanging out at the top. Me and Hut, making waves in the sides. Ah, piss. I think I'm about to lose the center. It's not going to be good. The numbers Kimball combo. Numbers fights a cult. My new favourite show. Go, so fighty. Hanging out with my best self. Oh. But yeah, like, I've been thinking of some more, like play-by-move games that we can have on the side. Because, friends, I'm stuck indoors for the next 4 days. That's assuming I don't get sick. Touch wood, touch wood. So, more ways that I can kind of hang out with y'all. Definitely going to help my sanity. I mean, really, what I should do is sit down and start doing the fucking the Gundam Unicorn, but I don't know. Maybe that's what I'll start working on for the next couple of days. Starting saying Jackbox, well, I try not to go too hard into stuff like this, because it's only, like, it's fun for, like, a special event. Like, shit, we might do some classic Jackbox for my birthday, you know? Sacrificing a larger cupcake to tread Thulu. Also said to free you from living and worry about your sanity. That's a good point. Okay, the noughts are coordinated. Oh! Yeah! Hanging out with my best self. Oh, I think this puts the crosses in the advantage because bottom left is a win for us, but also mid left. Whereas Noughts would need to take bottom right and bottom left. We have no coordination. How are we winning? This is nonsense. Fred, if you think I have not tasted of the cupcake of insanity, the cupcakes of the old gods, you are sorely mistaken. I found them surprisingly dry. God, what would a cupcake of the old ones taste like? I hate my brain immediately thinks like a fish cake. Like a weirdly tasty fish cupcake. That's where my brain goes. Which is also another thing I wish I hadn't said out loud. Ah, numbers! We meet again in the multiverse! Multiverse! Oh, shit! The cult is smashed. Boof! And thank you. That's Battle Game. If anyone would like me to sign their Noughts and Crosses jerseys, I'll absolutely be there. A win for Chaos, the uncoordinated nonsense. But no, thank you all for jumping in on that one. Now, are there any calls for one more match? Or should we move to just having a natter and a banter? Fred, it is not a cult. In fact, you notice the amount of times the cult got smashed. Number says, okay, and Wolfcrad's gonna get some sleep. Vulture just says, give in to chaos. Kill chaos. backstabbering. It was a statement that you made. There was nothing on the line. Because if that was the case, I would have fought for the North. Sorry about that. Oh. Kaiba needs to take headphones off for his toasty. Okay. But friends, thank you for a cracking match of that, you know? And again, friends, if you want to pick this up, as the world becomes more open and the chances of having house parties and online stuff continues, this game is only $5 on Steam. Like, it's not a spence. Like, that was a lot of fun. Okay, so let me make a little short list of things to do. Kyle, you're right. It's a team building. It's a team unbuilding exercise. Like how to break up teams and slay friendships the old-fashioned way. Let me put it to just chatting while we're picking what's next. So here are the choices. We've been clipping around with a game called Among Trees, which Kathleen's like, Monopoly? I have invited you all here to play the most dangerous game. Ooh, Knife Monopoly? I was going to hunt you for sport, but now I'm intrigued. What's Knife Monopoly? No, we don't want to hate each other forever. Although I will say, Subterfuge has definitely been more of a friend ender than Monopoly. One person who shall remain nameless, him and I stopped being friends after we played Subterfuge. Now, in fairness, what is my profession? The video games industry. Talking, communication. So, what did I do? I ran a misinformation campaign against him in-game. Now, the mistake we made was having it so that everybody's names were their characters. If you haven't played Subterfuge, it's a steampunk submarine game where it takes about a week, and the goal is to mine 200 Neptunium. So you have to set up undersea bases with mines and things like that. Mechanically, it's very simple. Battles are decided between fleets of ships. If 20 ships fights 21 ships, the 21 wins, and you have one ship left over. Then you can use that ship to claim a base. Each submarine on that base is its defending force. I think you can get shields and stuff later, but that's the crux of it. Oh, Bismarck, it's absolutely worse than the tank game, absolutely. But the thing is, all turns are done in real time. So if I want to send my fleet against Bismarck on one of his bases, the fleet could take 12 hours to go from one place to the other. And as soon as it procs on Bismarck's radar, they'll be able to be like, hey Will, what the fuck? Now, we can negotiate, and what I could do is that if me and Bismarck came to an agreement, I could change my fleet into a gift. So there's ways to have kind of a back and forth in it. But here's what I did that cost me a friend. So, when everyone signs up for this game and pushes go, there's a whole day where you can chat and plan out your first move and negotiate and talk before any submarines start moving. And so this one particular person, who shall remain nameless, him and I discussed a base that was right on the edge of both of our borders. And he's like, look, I don't have a lot going on and I got a difficult border. Could I have this base? And then you can have this base over here. And I was like, you know what? That's fine. So I agreed to this, knowing that I was ever so slightly closer. And when the game started, I saw how many submarines he sent. So I sent just enough to beat him. Like the old 20, I sent 21. And then I told everyone in game that he'd broken the our pre-game truce agreement. And I managed to stir this up in such a fervor that other people attacked him. I'm a bad person. Or at least I definitely was at that time. And I spent the game just throwing resources at him. And because I was holding off essentially like a battle line, I was getting support from other people that didn't want the shift of power to change, because they had a chance of winning. So I was getting aid from other players to crush this one person. And we sat in the same team in the office. He was so mad. He quit the game. And him and I were never really friends again after that. Now, obviously, I'm the problem. Oh, Numbers played a game of diplomacy with their best friend. Oh, well done. Anyway, let me see if I can find this. Let me see if I can find this zombie game, because I know it's on my wish list. Because it's by the people who made Neptune's Fury, or whatever it's called, the big space game, which is also a big friend ender. Oh, there we go, wish list. Caffeine says I'm reminded of your Stellaris story. Okay, thing was, I played that with the same guy and a bunch of others, like, years later. And they were all being, like, sweaty tryhards and not letting me play in the sandbox. So I broke the fucking sandbox. Have you all heard the Stellaris story? Has anyone not? Does anyone want to hear the Stellaris story? Well, I'm trying to find the... No, have I not told you the story? God, I thought I would have talked your ear off about it. Kingdoms Reborn. Okay. So, as I'm sure you all know, when playing multiplayer games with a lot of people, it's really important to make everyone feel included. This was my second game of Stellaris, so I was really still finding my feet. And we were playing a big game in the office. And actually, it wasn't that much of a Betrayal game. Like, we all basically formed an alliance and started working together, but like, I had a really poor start, and things weren't really coming together with my empire, and it was hard. But I managed to get a little fleet together, and I felt like the plucky, like, little kid trailing behind everybody. But they kept declaring war on AI factions, and then before I could get my fleet together and come join them, they'd done it. And I was like, oh. And then, the first time I'd ever seen one in game, a dreadnought shows up. A dreadnought. And I'm like, oh, this is so cool. I can't wait to join that. And they stomped it. Before I was even able to get involved, they just ran over there, stomped it with their much larger fleets. And I was like, fuck you guys. So, I forget who it was that developed warp technology. If you haven't played Stellaris, Stellaris is kind of like a sort of real-time 4X game. And it plays really well as a group game. Caffeine's been doing New Year, New Galaxy intermittently throughout the year, which has been real fun. It's kind of our, we play one game for a day longship event. If you're around next time one's going, make sure you sign up because it's a ton of fun. But yeah, so one of the quirks in Stellaris is that there are certain technologies that are super powerful, but they might trigger a universe-ending event. So, like, you can develop FTL drives, but because they punch a hole through reality, something might come through. If you research AI too far, you might proc the singularity. We'd done FTL, and we got the budget off-brand Zerg. So these, like, all-consuming parasitic aliens from another dimension start pouring through, and it's a big fight. It's a big fight, but again, I'm not allowed to take part because no one takes the time to, like, wait for Will and his little fleet of cool ships to come join. And they were really cool. They were really cool. So, I got spiteful. I lured one of the colonizing ships from the budget Zerg over to one of my colonies, and I took my whole fleet and just left it to him. So the rest of the players have ruffle stomped these. We didn't have shared view as part of the alliance, so I could basically secretly run this beneath them. So they ruffle stomp the Zerg and just kind of declare it victory and go back to, I think they were prepping for War in the Heavens or one of the late game procs. But I have this planet My planet of my people, the Stablonians, an incredibly Xeno-inclusive warlike race, that I fed to the Zerg on purpose. And I keep loading up colony ships and trundling them over there for more fresh materials. Kind of feel bad for those colonists being like, oh goody, I can't wait to start a new life on this planet. Why is the planet pulsating? Why are we still landing? So I keep basically hand-feeding my pocket Zerg. And then the pocket Zerg spread to some of the AI, like, friendlies around the area. And I just let them. In the end, they start coming towards my home planet, so I did the flotilla move, where I basically abandoned the home planet and put everything on a... put everything kind of in my little, like, Battlestar Galactica style fleet so I can watch what's going on. And they fester and they grow. And so then, I hear across the office, maybe like an hour or two later, what the fuck? Because I shared a border with one of the more powerful players in the office, one of the real, like, min-maxers. And because they considered themselves to be safe, they'd sent their whole fleet out into the galaxy to go fight and be cool, and they had nothing to prepare them for the onslaught that came. And before they could turn the fleet around, the Zerg have consumed them and another world, and they're spreading up through the back lines of this intergalactic empire, and I'm just cackling like, ha 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 ha! And someone was like, what happened? We're in an open plan office, and I stood up and went, have you met my children? Alright, that probably wasn't what I said, but I had a pithy line of some sort. I got to watch them be consumed, and I was like, yo, next time, let everybody play! Otherwise, I'ma play with you! It's a good time, And I did actually get invited back to the Solaris matches. Yeah, Agananiki, they wouldn't let me play in the sandbox, so I broke the sand. You gotta let everybody hang out. And it's a thing. If you are very good at video games and you want to play group games, you know, you've got to include everybody. Sometimes you've got to play more games master than games winner. I don't know if I'd call it a brilliant troll. Like, it wasn't for the lols. It was with vengeance in my heart. Yeah, Kymble, I made glass that day. If you're not gonna let me build sandcastles, I'm gonna kick yours over. Nah! I'm gonna pay the local beefcake to kick yours over. But the payment was people.
You magnificent bastage. I wholeheartedly approve.
And sometimes, Bacon, when you're dealing with very tryhards in video games, it's better to be the heel. It's more fun for everybody. And Bacon, thank you for the 200. Nivalis! What ho, friend? Yeah. And in honor of the great Nugget Gunner, a new shield for you. So yeah,
Captain on the bridge.
What hope?
What ho indeed, Nivalis! Welcome, welcome, welcome. You just missed competitive noughts and crosses, which was, let's be honest, chaos. And I'm trying to remember the name of the zombie survival empire building game. And I'm really failing to remember it. I'm just going to do some searching over here. So it's Neptune's Fortune. So Neptune's Fortune's the game. Wait, no, it's not Neptune's Fortune. Apparently that's a slot machine in Vegas. God damn it! Okay, because we've got Subterfuge, the video game, which I do love. Hey, and Zeke, how are you doing, friend? Good morning to you. How's your weekend going? I am determined to have a good weekend. And you know what? It is. Oh shit, Zeke, did you ever finalize that Twitch-integrated hub world thing you were working on? Because I meant to ask you about that one. Oh yeah, and caffeine, absolutely. But as you've seen now in our household, only one of us can join for New Year, New Galaxy. Although, if it was just the three of us playing caffeine, we could probably do it because we'd be able to pause when Amos causes chaos, but... Well, Zeke, if you ever want to take that to market again, I mean, hours in a day, but, Zeke, I need one of your games to make millions and millions, so I can scrounge a couple 100,000 from you, just to sort my fucking life out. When we had all the whole things around metalcore, I was in the shower, and I can't remember if I was drunk or sober, but I was in the shower, and I was like, if an NFT company was like, we'll pay you not to say bad things about us, what's your price? And I was like, yeah, I know what my price would be. It's a sad thing to say that one's morals have a value, but like, I'm responsible for 8 animals in a household. Morality is fleeting when you're hungry. Unfortunately, most of the people panhandling nuftas are already stupid rich, trying to extort money out of those that are not. Zeke says their weekend was, you want to charge 4 inches? Here's a 3 on 2d6. They failed 4 charges in a single turn. No! So, Zeke, sorry, I forget, which army are you playing in 40k? Because failing 4 charges in a row is a success for the Imperial Guard, and a failure for the Necrons. Yeah, Caffeine, we could do that. Longship HQ does Stellaris. Yeah, and Kaimbo, I'm so sorry. Sorry, Kaimbo was saying that a friend of theirs is working in NFT games and is struggling to get out. Like, I'm not going to spit in anybody's face who is a game dev stuck in an NFT space, but if someone tries to defend play-to-earn games to me, I will very politely tell them, no. Okay, so Zeke is currently playing an Iron Warriors Chaos Army. God, I thought when it came to charges, they had, like, ridiculous bonuses. It shows how long it's been since I've played. Zeke is also looking to go back to my Blood Angels. Yeah! That's Teenage Will's army of choice. And pre-Tau, Blood Angels were, let's be honest, the weebiest army you could get. Not counting the cursed legion of Skull Peoples. So Numbers was saying, I know how NFTs work, but how are they being integrated into games? Like, unique account-bound things? Sadly, no. The most common ones right now are, like, early access tokens or DAOs. So, like, instead of pre-ordering a game, you buy a Nufta, and that gets you early access and, like, an early version. But sadly, the one that's more ubiquitous is basically the Land Baron system, where in-game items, like, for example, like a CCG or a Pokemon-style game, those things are NFTs, and they're either sold or rented, creating the situation where characters become de facto landlords of cards and assets that they lend to people to get them playing, but then those people then have to give them a share of what they make in terms of in-game resources. Also, there's land ownership, where you buy an NFT that gives you a chunk of in-game land that you control, and anything that happens on that gets you resources. So, literal land barons. Yeah, digital feudalism. Pretty much. So sadly, it's not good. Because, like, hey, I'm all for unique account-bound items as a gaming mechanic. Sign me up. I played CSGO for 1,000 fucking years. I had an which was Smash Mouth All-Star, just so that every time I shot someone I could get a song stuck in their head. My knife was the knife to see you. And it was good. And I made enough money to buy Dark Souls 3 by selling my skins. In retrospect, I should have held on to it because it would turn out that skin would be worth hundreds of dollars later, but it's what it is. Oh, okay, so jumping back in, Fearless is saying that the Iron Warriors for Chaos are the hold the line, murder the enemy with artillery. Alright. And, like, I barely played 40k now I think about it. Played a lot of Necromunda, played a lot of, yeah, played a lot of Necromunda, played a lot of Space Hulk and stuff like that. Did not play much 40k. But it was just, the Blood Angels were so ridiculously over-the-top Animu Gothic, on top of being super-powered Space Marines. Like, Teenage Will was powerless to resist. Zeke says, happy to lose to you in tabletop, Will. That'd be us having the opponent. Yo, I don't remember how to play 40k. So... But yeah, jumping back. I'm not against, like, unique items and that style of. It's just... Oh, and numbers, that's the Funko ones, right? Or is it... Did Ket do another one? Now, Kathy, Space Wolves are the feckin' OGs. And definitely the coolest of the Space Marine factions. God, yeah. And I... See, numbers, the thing is, I kind of earmarked that one as like a... When we can, like, get together and do it. But life has decided that I'm not allowed to have a life. So... Okay, so Fearless Sun, the Iron Warriors are basically the Chaos counterpart to the... I nearly called them the Fisters. What are they? The Yellow Fists? The Golden Punchers? Imperial Fists, thank you. Eagle Lives! How do you do this? Batman powers, I swear. Swear. Golden Punchers. It's the Imperial Fists! They have yellow fists. It's like gold, yellow, and fists. That's their whole deal. Well, no, their whole deal is siege warfare. Like, they'll dig in for 100 years just for the fun of it. And not quite like the Krieg soldiers. They're all about just getting themselves murdered. Oh, okay. Eagle Lives was saying that Dota 2 Major just finished, so I thought I'd come see what nonsense. You know I know diddly squat about Dota 2, but was it good? Did your team of choice do well? Like, I'm gonna be stuck indoors for the next few days. Like, touch wood. I haven't got the bad luck, but I have to quarantine to make sure I don't, and that I don't give it to anybody else. So tell me your tales, friends. I need to live vicariously through you. I know during the Chaos years, I was the one who had all the stories and hand breakages and nonsense. Now it's my turn. It's my turn to live through you. Eagle Lives will say is they don't even they enjoy watching the dotes and they don't even play. Yo, I think that's fine. I mean, Eagle Lives, stop me if I told you this already. When I was over at GameWorks, I really enjoyed watching like Evo at the bar because it gave me that I could have done that kind of feeling. And I'm not saying that's your experience, but like I know enough about fighting games to understand the language, but I'm not competitive tier good, so it was real cool. Oh wait, cool. Sorry, jumping back, because we're partially talking about 40k stuff. Fearless is saying that there's a pretty big incident between the Iron Warriors and the Imperial Fists that's very characteristic of their mutually antagonistic relationship. That's fucking cool. I love all that nonsense. Dark Tide can't come soon enough. And I was pondering it the other night, and I realised that for me, in my 30s, why I really love the 40k thematics is not because I'm, pro-religious fascism. There is no faction in the Imperium that I look at and go, you know what? Those are good. Those people are good and right. Because spoiler, it's nobody. Apart from the rogue traders. But I realised that in a future of war and hopelessness, stories of hope ring much truer. Like, it's not about the misery porn. It's not about the might makes right of the Imperium. It's about those little stories. There's a great scene in it's the Space Marine 2 trailer where it's like a handful of Imperial Guard and they're fighting to last. Fucking Tyranids are pouring over, and then the Space Marines show up. And from a person's perspective, these are gods. You could go an entire lifetime, never see a Space Marine. These guys show up, wrecking face. They are the personification of war, saving the day. In that little bubble, the Marines are able to show up and bring hope to other people. That hope is fucking cool. Orchesini says the rogue traders aren't the good guys either. No! Let me pretend! Orchesini, let me have this lie. Let spice pirates be the good peoples. Yeah, let me move on forward. There we go. Most, not all. Okay. Yeah, Orzine, and I think we're all looking forward to seeing the squats return, but in a way that's more inclusive. Fred's going to be livid that he missed the 40k talk about inclusivity, because Fred and I have been nattering back and forth about how the re-inclusion of the squats and how they're being represented really shows how at least the design peeps at Games Workshop and the money peeps are very dedicated to this being for everyone. Although inclusivity in 40k means that everyone's in and having a bad time. Oh yeah, and Lost Flowers. I entirely appreciate that. The Space Marines aren't there to save the Imperial Guard. It's purely by chance. But it's just... It's like how comedy and tragedy are kind of like the flip sides of the coin. Things are funniest when they're juxtapositioned with tragedy. Like, Hope sings much... Alright, let me put it into video game terms, because that's what I know. In a happy pastel game where everybody's happy, it's hard to have a story of hope. Get In Loser is probably a closer example, but you can't do a story of hope in something like Ooblets, because everything's kind of the same flavor. It's all happy and bouncy, and look at these vegetables dancing each other. It's already a happy, hopeful place. But when you have a game set in a time of nothing but war, nothing but subjugation, Tales of Hope can sing so well. And I think that's why people keep coming back to these stories, At least, maybe I'm just being over-hopeful. Maybe it's just because I hope that there's a little part of the things that young teen Loveless Will was into. Yeah, Kybald, thank you. Stories of hope in a dystopia ring true. And I think, I don't know, maybe it's something we need these days, In varying levels, we're all going through the shit right now. And so stories of people in the ultimate shit, and the stories of hope and things that inspire them to persevere, fuck yeah! Though, as I've been saying, my comfort film at the moment is Palm Springs, which is a time travel, it's a Groundhog Day time loop movie. And Fiona made the mistake of asking me why I was watching it last night, and I was just talking about the three different perspectives. Acceptance, hope, and anger, and the three characters and how they embody those three ideas. Yeah. Yeah, Fearless, that's a good... God, I should probably find that interview and give it a proper listen to. So I tell you what, friends. In terms of games to play, I'm trying to find the name of this zombie title, but I think I might jump into Among Trees, so we can just trundle around the forest and just keep chatting. Like, talking with you lot's probably what's going to keep me sane. I'm just trying to find whatever this... I'm trying to find the name of this other title. Neptune's Pride, not Neptune's Fortune. Fuck. How do I keep getting that one wrong? Hey, Orzine, if I can be the background tunes to you doing some writing, then brilliant. But otherwise, it's been lovely hanging with you. So Fearless, I did see this doing the rounds. It uses a very atypical Unity resource pack, so I didn't really give it too much to look at. Is there anything about it that's special? Because from what I can see, it's an off-the-shelf Unity asset pack plus survival mechanics. But I'm happy to be proven wrong. Sorry, I didn't mean to... Not to challenge yous. Alright, so it was Neptune's Pride. That's the one where everybody fell out on. And Iron Helm Games. Alright. Blight of the Immortals! Yeah! Alright. Can't remember if Blight of the Immortals is... Alright, Blight of the Immortals is free. So the premise of this one is a plague of undead creatures threatens to overwhelm the land. And with the fall of each town to the Blight, more of the Walking Dead rise. The zombie apocalypse draws nearer. It is an innovative, turn-based, slow, real-time co-op multiplayer game. So it's kind of like a lot of those, you have hours to take your turn, not minutes. You all play different fantasy rulers trying to stop the tide of the undead. That's the one I'd like to give it a try. But I don't... I can't remember how easy it is to get going. So it says, fantastic on mobile, best played with friends. Alright, so I might see about getting that set up for either this week or... you know what, I'm going to earmark it in our little planning chat so we can come back to it. I'm severely hoping I do not get sick next week. Because we have Darren Korb joining us on Thursday, as in Skelly from Hades. Also, head musician for all of Supergiant's games, but Skelly. And the inventor of Darren Korb mode. Oh, Agadadaki, did I not mention that? Yeah, so I might see about Blight of the Immortals and getting that on Mobley. Maybe we can play that together. Because it's kind of similar to games like Subterfuge and Neptune's Pride, but it's co-op. It's all of us working together to stop the zombie onslaught. Ooh, Kymel says they're going to be working with the audio lead from Sniper Elite soon. Lovely! I'm going to ask him how they made the sound of someone's testicles exploding from a high-powered rifle noise. I'm imagining something with grapes. Or maybe like a pear. Kymel, thank you for correcting me. I apologize for assuming. I'll have to ask her what the inspiration was for the testicle popping sounds. Or you'll have to ask her for me just to get that info passed on. Hey, Bismarck, take a breath, take a beat. Bismarck was saying they're mad as the Splatoon matchmaking is the worst. And it might be double bad right now as they're preparing to start for Splatoon 3. So they might be allocating resources across. I see you there, Tunic. One day. We'll probably end up doing Tunic post-packs. There's a game called Strangelands, or Strangerlands, I want to play with you all, which is another one of the Wadget Eye games. The same peeps that did The Unavowed. Actually, will you all forgive me for being a massive shill for a second? Because if I haven't told you already, you can get The Unavowed for feck all right now, plus a bunch of good games. Here we go. Yeah, so it's The Unavowed, Drugan, Almost Gone, which Wolfcrab was talking about earlier, and a bunch of other games. Plus, it's got my little Humble Bundle link on there, which helps keep me alive. So I'm very grateful if you pick that one up. Also, there seems to be a new... What's this? Tactical Combat Bundle. Sniper Elite 4, Intruder, Brigador? Perfect Heist? What the heck is that? And Verdun. Ah, yes, the Happy Shooter. Oh. Okay, I've not heard of the Perfect Heist 2. Let's see what the Steam review is. It seems to be like an asymmetric team game where one team plays robbers, one cops. Perfect Heist 2. Oh, wow. So where one team has to pretend to be people and sneak past the cops, and the cops have to find out who the... Okay. I'm adding that to my wish list. Yeah, Lost Flowers. Apparently I'm just finding video games. So it looks like... what if Payday 2 was actually a heist game with team planning? Rather than it just being a daka daka daka.
I guess now it's time for me to give up. I feel it's time. Got a picture of you beside me. Got your lipstick.
Was that a horse? Alright, video games are weird. Anyway, apparently there's another bundle which is also $15? Oh, are you kidding me? Running. Alright, sorry friends. Apparently today is where I just wage war on your personal finances. So it's Sniper Elite 4 and all content, plus Brigador, and then a bunch of other games. Intruder's one I've wanted to try, but it's very multiplayer. Oh, sorry. Jumping back into chat, Orzine was saying that the banter was reminding of apparently the sounds from Turok were generated by firing low-caliber rounds into stakes. Fascinating. No worry, Lost Flowers, no worry. Right! So yeah, here are our choices, dear friends. We could play the Magic Circle, which is a bit of a comfort game for me. We could play some Cottagecore Survival, which is good for like just having a banter and hanging out. I don't want to do Peglin because I really struggle to talk to you all and play it at the same time. You'd think despite it being a turn-based pachinko game, I'd be able to banter more, but nah, shit absorbs me like nothing. And I do not want to play aim climb because I will lose my temper. I will sulk. Oh, I see you there, Noita. I see you. Oh, and Lost Flowers, that's very kind of you to say. Well, I'll tell you what, let's hang out with the cute fox. Let's go trundle through the trees. Let's improve our little cottage. Let's do that. So we're going to switch it up to Among Trees next. Because I've been really enjoying that game. And it's just... the pacing of it is perfect to just sit and banter with you all. Like, eventually I'm going to have to stop playing this one. Because there's only so much game to it. And I don't know if it has like a traditional ending or anything, but it's very pretty. It allows me to dream of the outside world. But I will say, friends, I just need to get a quick refill on me water, and this is now a lukewarm towel on my neck, so I want to rotatey-potatey. And yeah, we're going to go have a little jaunt through a lovely little forest. And, sorry, I know that I'm very incoherent right now. Sorry, inconsistent. Like, start times keep changing every day. The schedule very rarely continues. My poor editor is probably going to be having a complete meltdown as I continuously change up the format with very little coherency between what is going on. Scardy, if you're hearing this, I'm sorry, and I promise it's not intentional. But, like, more so now than ever, I'm really appreciative for you all, you know? The Longship, it's always growing and changing and shifting, you know? I've been around for over 4 years we've been doing this. And it makes me real happy, you know? It makes me real happy. There's stuff that we used to do that I miss, that hopefully one day we'll get to do again. But there's also stuff we get to do now that I never thought we would. That's real cool. I don't know. It's easy to say thank you when things are going great. And I want to say thank you when things are chaos. Because, yeah, thank you. Alright, I'm done being cheesy. I'm going to get some water, and then let's go for a trundle around forest. Yeah. We sail together, we live together. That's what we do. Although sometimes Lost Flowers, I do feel it's very one-sided. You lot lift me up every fucking day. So, you know, that's why I have a fucking meltdown when people do big things, because it's like, you know, do I do enough? Am I enough? I sent a huge thank you to Camille yesterday, and turns out Camille wasn't even watching the stream. They just wanted to donate cash to help keep this all going. I felt a little bit guilty about that one because they donated $200, but they did it whilst we were being chased by Reapers, and my emotions had to divide by 0. Oh, well, and Lost Flowers, I'm very happy about that. Okay. More water. Might even see if there's a bowl of chili for me. And let's go among the trees. If you haven't seen this game, by the way, we've just gotten a cute little fox to come follow us around, and they are feckin' adorable. And we're currently working on our cute little cottage. I'm going to try and put some more flowers up around that. Oh, but there are also giant bears that will kill us. So yeah, I'll be back in just a second. Don't go anywhere, friend. Hello, hello. I can't believe the tune stopped. Lovely. Good old placeholder. And guess who's got a bowl of chili? It's me. Got bread, rolls, and everything. And Dustin, what ho, friend? Hello, hello. Tell me your tales. Steak skewers, sushi, chicken, pretzel. Oh, that sounds lovely. I got a bowl of chili. It's pretty good. But I do have this cutie patootie fox in this cottagecore adventure. Wait, I can't remember. Was this one of those games that worked with, or was it? God, I can't remember now. I can't remember if this was one I had to play with a controller, or... God. But Dustin, I'm very happy you had a good time. Right now, I am very stuck indoors, so I'm having to live vicariously through you all. Yeah, let me see if this works with controller, because I don't like using mouse and keyboard for you lot, just because it tends to cause a lot of whipping the camera about. And I don't even want to give anybody motion sickness. That's healthy. Even in our little cottage adventure. Yeah, this was one that didn't work with. So Vanderbeest. I don't think the fox has a name yet. Like, I don't know if there's a formal name the fox system in game, but gotta remember how we call them and stuff. God, it's one of those things where you come back to a game after a while and you're like, shit, I do not remember any of the controls. Got plenty of wood. That's healthy. Was it? Oh, here we go. Yo, how come we can't pet the fox? This is bullshit. There we go. Alright, so the most important button has been found. Pet this cutie patootie. Alright, so we can play the game now. Oh, right. Got a little owl statue. So I still want to make us a bunch of these decorations. So what do we need? Lots of steel pipes. Just lots of steel pipes, alright. And it's one of the ones we can't make, but we've got to find. Oh, that's cool. Orzine's recommending we call him Finnegan. Finnegan Fox, until we can temporarily find his Fox license. Not a bad shout. Oh, where was our batch of cooked food? Because these were random resources. Oh, cooking materials, including the fish. And what was over here? Oh, this was going to be our seed farm. Oh, so we actually do need to go catch some fish. Get some water in as well. Alright, so yeah. Off we go for a spot of scavenging and fishing. Mainly because we can go drink the water. But all we're going to do is head... like, what, northeast? Yeah, let's go ahead north-northeast. Jobs are good. Alright, come on you! Follow me! Look, it's got a little fox doggy door! God, I love this game. But yeah, so Dustin, aside from doing damage to a buffet, how's your day going? And if you'll forgive me asking you all the most generic of generic questions, so what are you all playing video game-wise at the moment? Because I've been talking all of your ears off about Attica, but I realise I haven't been asking you lot what you're playing. And, you know, I'm starting to understand that, yes, I might have a very specific set of tastes. Funny! Also, we might be starving. Alright, so... find loot. Fox, I need you to go find me some food, because otherwise, I'm not gonna make it. Numbers is still playing Genshin and trudging through Cold Steel 4. Wait, Cold Steel is in the game series, or Cold Steel the, is that a part of Genshin? Wait, cool! Yeah, and Fearless, I'm so sorry you've been doing battle with, video gamey stuff. Wait a second. Rabbits better not be eating all the snacks around here, I will be feckin' livid. Alright, I'm dehydrated and I'm starving, so let's head down towards the water, at least get something. Worst case, we'll just eat some fresh fish right out the pond. Mmm, stump moss. A snack enjoyable by the whole family. It's nice. Despite this being a quiet cottagecore kind of game, we now have a challenge element. Can Will fish up a fish before he dies of thirst? And hunger. Orzine's been on TF2 Classic. Ooh. Very nice. And, good old Sven co-op. Yeah, I think it was Jackie who's been really, really wanting to get back into that. Which I really do appreciate. I just, it's not one of those games we can jump into casually. Right, come on, fishes. Give me the bob. Let me know where you at. If I don't catch you, then, oh. If I don't catch you, I'm gonna die. Welcome to high stakes fishing. And yes, I did realise that I probably could have taken some of the fish out of our store. Now I think about it. So, if our character dies of starvation, remember me as I was. Yeah, fishing in video games! Now... Hey! Straight, fresh, out of the pond. That's where the flavor's at. Alright, don't judge me. I'm going to try crushing up some Doritos and adding them to this. Alright, so jumping back in. Alright, so Numbers was on Trails of Cold Steel 4. As there's 4 of them. And that sounds like an interesting concept, Fearless. I wonder if we can get to the point where we're actually adding the survival into survival horror titles. Because survival horror is an old term, right? And it came from the idea that, you know, games with action combat, you actually had to help your character survive, right? God, this is woefully unhealthy, but feck it. Oh, feck, that's good. Sorry, bread rolls, you're not as good as adding Doritos to this. Forgive me, friends, for I am sinning. Chili with Doritos. Hey, Climball, you are entirely welcome, and I'm glad that we can keep you company while the British heat waves are being a jerk. And this way, you don't have to watch me eat chili with Doritos in. It muffles the crunch. Let's wait for Fiona to appear around the corner and just judging me. I got you were saying Valheim with creeper trolls. But like, we're all familiar with the term survival horror in games, right? Well, you know what? Beck it. I'm going to talk about it anyway because I love it. It was originally used to describe Resident Evil. And the reason it got coined thusly was because Resident Evil had you counting bullets, which was something that didn't happen in mainstream video games. Especially not ones with a plot and a story. There was this real idea in Resident Evil that if you didn't manage your resources, you would not make it. And that's very true. I soft-locked a run-through of Code Veronica because I used up all my resources on what I thought was one of the final bosses, and it wasn't. Arguably the game responsible for getting users to always save all of their items just in case. But yeah, survival horror came from this idea that you had to survive in a genre that could be described as horror. But these days, we actually have survival video games, right? So what is survival horror now? Like, oh crap, our character's getting hungry. Right, more fish! Guess he wasn't paying attention. That's what I get for talking your ear off, friends. Yeah, so Resident Evil got coined with that one, but kind of as video games have changed and grown, like, survival horror has kind of become a nebulous term. You know, there are games that have survival in them and horror elements, but those are things like, Darkwood and stuff like that, right? There we go. Try and grab some more fish. Because once we get back, we can cook up something a little bit more filling. And then replenish our stocks for future adventures and stuff. And we got to feed the fox as well. It's such a curious part of video games. Piss. And I think that you could definitely make a cottage... Well, I wouldn't call it cottagecore horror, but I think you could make a rural horror title. Because, in my humble opinion, cottagecore definitely comes from that cozy, Ghibli-esque kind of feeling, right? Alright, so we're going to have a quick drink of water, and then we're just going to head straight back to our little house and just cook up something a little bit more filling while I'm mixing in my Doritos chili. God, my accent may not have naturalized, but my habits certainly have. Oh, so Uzi, Fatal Frame is a cracking horror game. Yeah, and numbers. It's another one of those things where sometimes these kind of survival games, I do resent the speed at which these like health and sleep and water meters kick in. Like, I understand that they're from a design standpoint, not from a... I think those ones can't be cooked out. And then you go in Oh, no, that's full. Alright, never mind. We'll stash it down here while we're doing a cook. So, alright. Ingredients. Fish. Mushroom. Mushroom. Cook. And pop that in. Scoff it down. We're no longer starving. Actually, Numbers, that's a really good point. I would definitely consider Sir You're Being Hunted to be like a rural horror. Oh, and who was saying, Lost Flowers, thank you for reminding me, but Finnegan is well fed. So we're doing good. That's our meal for tomorrow. Numbers, thank you for the company. It's been lovely hanging out. Animu well. Oh, the bloody foxes. Alright, the fox is out for the evening, so I'm just going to have a snooze. But we got food enough for tomorrow, and we can go replenish our stockpiles. Anagan Anarchy was saying they don't want Finnegan to be Finnegan. Oh yeah, we were working on building like a grow bed, weren't we? So we need lots of metal, lots of planks, and glue. Oh, here we go. Yeah, these were like the energy boosts and the stay awakes and stuff. Oh yeah, that was it. Like glue was our big sticking point, but now we can get those two. So jobs are good. Anyway, time for a snooze. Hopefully the fox isn't lost out in the woods tonight. Alright. Let's go get the baby fox. Let's go get some food. He says while stuffing his face with chili. Sorry, feelers. You hit upon one of my favourite topics to talk about, especially considering that Alone in the Dark's getting a semi-formal reboot, is that what would become known as survival horror comes not from horror games, but from point and click. From the original, well, not from the original, but one of the 3D Alone in the Dark games. So Finnegan is hungry, but we don't have any fish in the backpack, so it looks like it's time for more fish and banter. Hanging out with my best friend. He's a tiny fox. For some reason he hangs around with me. Hanging out with a best friend. Came in. Fishes came in. Get that bait, you fish! Get in my belly! fresh fish for our little buddy. Where's Fox? Where's our little buddy? Where's he at? Oh, yes! Hello, tiny fluffy. Please enjoy a whole piece of fish. Yeah. And you get pets as well. Good little friendo. So, Orzine, are you talking about the last Alone in the Dark game? Because it's kind of like Jurassic Park Trespasser in that sense of it's not good, right? Like, it's not a good game. But there's so many systems in it that were inspired. Like, the combat system where you hold a melee weapon and then you use the analog stick to fling it around to hit people with. Like, that was fucking inspired. And the fact that you could pick up a chair, you could smash the chair on the side, and then light a piece of the chair on fire to then attack these, like, light-based monsters. Fucking genius. But the obsession with a bunch of, like, completely nonsense mechanics, the chaptering thing, which was kind of an excuse of, well, if you don't like it, skip it, which I really hate as a philosophy. If your users have to skip swaths of your story-based game, or your experience-based game, what are you fucking doing? Cut them out! Sorry, it's a personal bugbear of mine. Yeah, nice try, you speedy wee fish. Woohoo! Like, again, Orzine, along with a few other games of that 360 era, I will stream them for you at some point. Wait, Orzine, are you talking about Silver or Sliver? I always forget because it had a weird spelling. The hack and slash game where the movements of the mouse were what your character would do with the blade? Was that the one? Oh, and Orzine, you're right. The last Alone in the Dark game was that awful Konami... It was kind of like a wave survivally game, wasn't it? God. My brain had blocked it out so much. Okay, so we just need to be kind of heading southeast. Also, we have a whole ass meal, so this guy, our character's going to go hungry for a bit before they get a full meal. Because in theory, we haven't been down this way. But this is towards some of the other resources we might... Oh, that's why! Because the fucking bear's here! God, you're an asshole, bear. Fuck that noise, I guess. Yeah, is it called Silver? I remember the cover having like a CGI knight with like a very shiny broadsword on it. In truth, I only played the demo 1,000 years ago, and I was blown away by how, like, swinging the mouse across was how you'd execute different moves. It's very clever, but unfortunately, it had a Resident Evil style like fixed camera. Oh, lovely. My God, I guess, yeah, it is coming up on 8 o'clock. I forget we started so late today. So yeah, have a bevy. I haven't decided if I'm drinking today. I drank a lot yesterday, which was honestly needed. I probably would have had a feckin' meltdown without it. But waking up this morning and not knowing if I've got the lurg or if I'm hungover was not an experience I wish to repeat. Well, so Fearless, that's what we're trying to work out. Orzine mentioned it. Oh, Dogbane stems. I know I probably need loads of these. I remember we had to go long and far to bloody find. God, I really wish I could leave markers on this. Yeah, sorry, that's what I was trying to work out, because Orzine was mentioning a hack and slash game from a while ago where you used the mouse or the analog stick to control your like swings and attacks. And I remember that one being a game called either Silver or Sliver. I remember playing it on a feckin' demo disc, so that's the era we're talking about. Alright, then Orzine, I'm sorry to put the heavy lifting on you, but you're gonna have to go into the archives. Inquiring minds need to know. So Knight's Chase is more of an adventure game. Alright. Alright. So the only one that my brain goes to there is Knights and Merchants, which was a mess, but an interesting mess. Sorry. As I've probably told you a million times, friends, you know, I don't... Sleep is difficult for me. Once I'm down, great. Snooze McSnooze face. Job's a good one. Alright, let's see if this is the one. Time Gate Knight's Chasm. It is not the one I'm thinking of. But good shout, good shout. But yeah, so I've been watching a lot of, you know, video essays and things like that in the evenings to try and sleep. And so I can never really tell which of the ones I'm going to end up actually watching through and which of the ones that are just going to kind of be there. Thanks, Mulberry. And I've been watching a lot of stuff about, like, the mid to late 360 era of games. And I'm sorry I've been continuously talking your ear off about this, friends, but there's a bunch of them that I really do want to show you. Ah, shit, where are we? Alright, so we are dehydrated, so we need to head due east for a spot of water. Just keep an eye out for stuff. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them that I want to... You may have seen them before, but I want to either go through them if you have not seen them, or... Oh, stop loss. Or I want to, I guess, deconstruct them with you. Like, where are we? Especially some of like the Japanese studios attempting to reach other markets, which sadly end up being a failed endeavor for a lot of Japanese teams, and really changed the face of the market afterwards. You know. While Japanese game devs are by no means weak sauce, during the mid to late 360 era, they did stop becoming the guaranteed best in class, and were very much overtaken by a lot of Western studios. But that's another story. I'll stop sprinting everywhere. Our character is not happy with me for it. Warzine says, die by the sword. Let's have a look. Sorry, you can tell I'm bringing up a search window. Die by the sword video game. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, I remember that one. Okay, so the one I was thinking of was called Silver. Did it get a re-release? It did get a re-release on Steam. So check out this Mother Hubbard. It's kind of cool that we had 3 different games the same beat. But yeah, this one had an action combat system where the swing of your mouse dictated the attacks. It's fascinating. Ozzy, your link posing is a right that you have earned through years of service here at the Longship. Fred saying, please tell me Silver did well enough to have a Platinum Edition. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The right wit. Alright. Well, first things first. Cook up another round of what we found for tomorrow. So fish, shrooms. Fish skin? No, honestly, I think in actuality Silver didn't do great. Because if you have a look at it, you can see they went for the Final Fantasy, like, pre-rendered background with 3D character. But with no fixed point. It makes mouse movements very hard. So, like, if the idea is you click and drag forward to stab, what position is forward? It was something that kind of like the tank controls really kind of fought against from back in the day. So I'm gonna make up another fresh stew. So like we didn't realize kind of how bad the Resident Evil viewpoint was until we started adding action controls proper. And that's where Resident Evil 4 did such a good job. Again, I know I'm telling you stuff you know, but I love talking about this. See, for Resident Evil traditionalists, Resident Evil 4 felt like the shark jump before it came out. Because prior to that, all of the Resident Evil games were tank controls and were fixed camera positions. Resident Evil 3, Code Veronica, the whole shebang, right? Okay, technically, not counting, Resident Evil Barry's Day Out, a Game Boy exclusive. But, God, chilly all over my face. But it was a core staple of the franchise, and when the move to action controls happened, people were very much like, nah, there's no way they're going to be able to do that. Anyway, it turned out we were monstrously wrong, but that's just how it is. Save it before we go to bed. But one of the things that Resident Evil 3 did was the action controls gave you a good view of the environment. However, whenever you brought your weapon to aim up, it brought in this really tight focus, which created a situation where enemies could blindside you. You could still have zombies, or well, at that point they were like local parasite-infected cultists. They could still ambush you. Because your viewpoint when you were in combat was incredibly limited. Monumental stuff. Would essentially lay the groundwork for action horror for, well, till this very day. I mean, we have a new game coming out based on Dead Space itself, an evolution on Resident Evil 4, like... Oh, and Durry, what-ho? I'm talking about survival horror games, and nobody's stopping me. How are you doing? Oh. Immortal N, what-ho, friend. Actually, Fearless gifted me a copy of Arcade Paradise, so I haven't had the chance to try it. But I do have it. Alright, now let's see what we need for a canteen. Rope, bolts, metal plate. A rope we can build out of stems. How many ropes do we need? 2 rope, 2 bolts, 2 metal plates. Bolts we can make out of steel pipes. Steel pipe and bolts, alright. Sure, I'm making this tricky. Doing alright for glue. And I remember the last time we played this, I hoarded up on the resources we were missing. So I guess we just gotta find places we haven't been yet. Oh, interesting. Dory Quill was mentioning Examiner. Which one was that one? Oh, yes! Fascinating game. And that really got it down pat. That was kind of what Silver wanted to be. Fred says, Resident Evil needs to abandon its modern trends towards survival horror and go back to its boulder-punching action roots. Yup. Though it does often feel like when you're watching the Resident Evil series. So we're going to be heading southwest. Sorry, I was just going to add that it did feel like Resident Evil 4's QTE team were making a very different experience. But Resident Evil's always flirted with action combat. You know, Code Veronica, despite being, again, the traditional Resident Evil, like, they had whole-ass John Woo combat scenes that were frankly fascinating. Probably why some of the parts of Resident Evil translated so well into movies. But not the experience. Sorry, forgive me talking in my mouth full. I'm getting calories. Yeah, I mean, Fred, you don't need me to tell you, but that's the great fucking challenge, right? Trying to find that balance between fun and accessible, but also the horror elements. You know, people need to have a certain amount of agency to... And again, I guess this also depends on what your goal is. See, Alien Isolation is an incredible game. You don't need me to tell you that. The challenge with Alien Isolation, I guess, was making something that could be played at a AAA level. And it's really hard to make horror games that are playable for everybody. Because not everybody wants to have the hot pee-pee scared out of them constantly. Shocking, I know, but... So yes, Flowers is saying, the balance for them is 0 horror elements. Alright, so everything around this area is new for us. Hopefully no bears. Introducing the hashtag No Bears Club. A lot of good mushrooms around this way, though. Sorry, I know I talked about this earlier in the week, but it continues to make me smile. The meme of the people who tried the first mushrooms. Like, I tried this mushroom, it tasted like beef. Kevin ate this mushroom and died instantly. Hank had a mushroom and he's been talking to God for like a week. Hey, these two mushrooms look identical, but one's delicious and one is instantly lethal. Cool, I guess. Yeah, Mario ate this mushroom and now he needs a bigger hut. Does beg the question, does Mario get taller when he eats specific mushrooms? Or does he just think he's getting taller? That's something we've got to discuss. Water. Fearless like hot take Mario is Alice from a Lewis Carroll story. I mean, he's supposed to be an Italian plumber who is somehow in a fantasy world with giant lizards, princesses, and talking living mushroom people. At the best, he got isekai'd. At very best, the unpublished introduction to Mario Brothers, or I should say Super Mario, what have you, is him getting hit by a fucking truck. Okay. He gets killed by Donkey Kong in New York, and then awakens in the Mushroom Kingdom. Boof. In that hot new video game, so I got transported to a fantasy world of mushroom people, but my only skill is plumbing. The Mario story. Yes, hello Fox. You're very cute. Oh no! Ah, it's okay. Fearless, question. Is it still an isekai if you can transport back, if you can teleport back and forth? Also, our little friend is hungry again. So we gotta start heading home. Actually, where are we? Right, so north of here there's a water stream, so we can go there. Fred's pointing out that Mario has a PhD. Does Mario have a PhD? Like, do we have confirmation that he's meant to be practicing medicine? Like, in a kingdom full of mushroom people, like, it's not like there's a health and safety standards board that's going to stop him from doing shady shit. But is he Dr. Mario? Is he Dr. Mario because he has done... Excuse me. Is he Dr. Mario because he has earned his doctorate in medicine? Or is he Dr. Mario because he told the isekai people of this land, nah, trust me, friend, buddy, I'm clearly a doctor. Don't worry about it. Also, I realized we need to get our little friend some more fish because our little friend is hungry. Finnegan's not going to get Finnegan. Now, can we swan dive? Whoa! 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 I'm making poor life choices that somehow work out. What is the Will Overguard story? Okay, Fred. I'm not necessarily questioning Princess Peach's nobility, if only because what power does a monarch have except for saying they are a monarch? But she's princess of the Mushroom Kingdom, and to at least our knowledge, is not themselves a mushroom. Like, you know, I don't want to get my tinfoil hat on here, but yeah, Caffeine makes a really good point. When did he get his doctorate? There's no way he could have finished it in 5 years. Because, yeah, Dr. Mario came out 5 years after Super Mario. Takes longer than that to get through pre-med and residency. Yeah, where was his residency at? Con shenanigans. I'm like, hey, friends, let's play a cottagecore survival game. Just hang out and chat. Gets irate over Mario's medical qualifications. Again, Fred, it's like you didn't even study the Mushroom Kingdom in school. We know that femme-presenting mushrooms look like Toadette, which is the same but with weird mushroom pigtails. Ash! Actually, yeah, we don't have slots. No, okay, that's a good point. Mario might have been working the Mushroom Kingdom to pay for med school. I mean, if you're in an environment where you smash blocks and got literal gold, that's pretty lucrative. But, like, those are some brutal hours. Yeah, to my understanding, though, there's no way you can speed through a residency. You know, if you were a medical genius, you might be able to pass your exams quicker. There we go! Catching fish to feed my pet fox. Finnegan, he's a bestest friend. He occasionally finds stuff, but doesn't fight bears for me yet. Where's my little buddy? Wait, come here. Hey, little terror. Off you causing trouble. No troublemaker. So at least we're all in agreement. Princess Peach absolutely took over the Mushroom Kingdom. Whether through conflict, through machinations, through possible marriage. Like, now, Agadaniki, do we have proof or visual proof of Toadette when applied to the Mushroom Crown? Because it could be that they are still all toads, but the magical power of the Princess Crown is what makes them a ruler. Which would mean that the battle would be more between, like, Peach, Daisy, and the other one that nobody talks about. Okay, and again, see, this is why this is good to discuss. We're looking into this. The Mushroom Kingdom's requirements may be less than our own. You know, the Mushroom Kingdom residency might be shorter if toads are like orcs with a much more robust physiology, but with a shorter lifespan, then it would make sense that their residencies would be shorter, right? God, no one knows how cool we are. I have so much chili in my beard right now. It's not attractive. I'm glad the camera is not quality enough that you can see it. I went to twirl my mustache whilst thinking about the politics of the Mushroom Kingdom, and I'm like, wow, that's a whole ass piece of chili. Cool. Agonaki, it is possible to work on the invaders and mechanic with the tallest rule. That's possible. But that means that Peach was born a mushroom. Deep thoughts while fishing. Crash! I drank all my water, and now there's only a big chunk of ice, and I'm doing my best. Oh, Orchazini pointing out the important facts. Rosalina is not a princess. She is the adopted mother of the cosmos. Now, how one acquires that title, I don't know. Alright, time to get a drink and head home. So I just realised it's night time and it's getting cold. Alright, come on, Fluffy. Come me. Fluffy Finnegan. Hey, Ozine, good luck with getting some sleep. Thank you for the conversation and the banter. Hopefully we didn't disrupt your writing too much by spending the last 2 hours talking absolute bollocks. Oh, okay, so Orchazini's saying you get the title by adopting the Luma. Thank you. So does that mean that potentially Peach found the mushroom people, the mushrooms just as a disorganized group, and rather than deposing a previous ruler, just was the only kind of like grown up in the room? Like, Princess Peach became Princess of the Mushroom Kingdom by virtue of being the only person with 2 brain cells to rub together. Because toads, love them to bits, but they've never struck me as a race with high survivability instincts. Well, Orzine, as we probably won't see you till you get back from wherever, sleep well. I hope your flight goes as easy as it can, and to be continued, alright? Phyllis is putting forward the idea that maybe Princess Peach is like Princess Bubblegum from Adventure Time, and that she created an entire kingdom around her. You know what? That's entirely possible. You know, Peach's intellect has always been severely underestimated. See how many metal sheets and things we've got. Because the rope we can do, it's metal sheets that we need. Also, I'm gonna cook us up a spot of food for the day. So I really got to start grabbing more sticks when we're out and about. Why am I like this? Yeah, Phyllis, I think you're right. We're probably going to have to explore further afield. And if we have a look at the map. Right, okay, so yeah, between the yellow fern thing here and the gem thing here. So if we go directly due north over the stream, yeah, we've got fish enough for the foxhole for ourselves if needed. All right. I'll take this. That's our packed lunch for the day. Alright, so we're basically just heading due north. A little bit. A little terror. I say, joking aside, I do love these kind of conversations because, let's be honest, a huge proportion of our video games, of our most iconic video games, did not come from, like, deep thought out, you know, lore bibles. Ben was once raging about the air quotes Mario deep lore because there isn't any. You know, Birdo doesn't exist because of some grand plot point put forward by by Miyamoto. It was a bird what shoot eggs from a game that wasn't meant to be a Mario game and then was. Alright, cool, interesting. So that's why I love these conversations, because in a lot of other mediums, the great works do get, I wouldn't say unfairly praised, but sometimes a lot of intent is put on certain works of art that may not have had that. My favourite one to go over is the Sistine Chapel, because it was basically the most expensive commission piece ever. And while it is I'm obviously not faulting the creativity and the art, but the Sistine Chapel was a commission piece. It was the equivalent of paint my first sonar on my ceiling, and was probably one of the most fiscally lucrative... Alright, we're getting some good shit here. It was probably one of the most fiscally lucrative contracts available. Yeah, not everything has the deep lore of Lord of the Rings, right? You know, the idea that I really want to write my own language, so I'm going to make a book so I can do that. Like, that's fucking cool. Ooh, okay, so this was like the... This was the mystical trees that gave us the good shit. Rightly. I don't know how we did it. I don't know if we had to chop a tree down, or if we had to... Well, anyway, we don't need anything from here right now. Oh, there was a thing for tapping sap out of them? I forget. But this way is new to us. And in video games, a large proportion of our seminal works don't have deep lore. There is no deep lore to Pong. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. It's just a ball. And with a lot of the things around, you know, the Mario franchise, there wasn't really any more intent than character go jump. But it's become something that's iconic. And that's where I find so much joy in these discussions. Like, it sounds like we're being a bunch of pedantic butts, but really, we're looking at the seminal works of our medium and putting them through the current lens, you know? If I remember rightly, these phones were useful and were hard to find, so I'm going to grab a bunch now. Yeah, as opposed to Uncle Sanic, which was just player go fast. Player go vroom vroom zoom zoom. He's a hedgehog. What color is he? I guess whatever's easiest to see. Blue? Cool, great. What's his whole thing? He goes fast. Love it. Although, friends, if you do read the... if you do watch BDG... Right, David Gilbert's... those are bees! Don't like it! If you do read BDG's breakdown of the Sonic Lore Bible, that's fascinating because that was OG Sega of America coming up with a story... Crouching and hitting left control in the tall grass makes you hide from dangerous animals. Where's the dangerous animal? Where's the dangerous animal, Brett? I don't like this. Oh, there he is! That's a big fucking bear. Fuck you, bear. I'm kind of tempted to turn bears off. Actually, I don't know if you can turn bears off this far in. Caffeine says, nuh-uh, Pong, deep lore, it's an allegory of the 100 Years' War. The conflict bouncing back and forth. Both sides equally matched, only a single misstep between victory and defeat. I actually quite like that. To remember that, even if only to just troll history friendos with in the future. I mean, this is all new areas for us to explore. Hopefully I can find an unbear guarded stash of like metal sheets and stuff. That'd be gravy. Yeah, Phyllis, I 100% think you're right, but I have not had any luck doing the sneaking bits near the bears. Also, Wheeler Dealer, how are you doing, friend? Sorry I didn't say hello, but I got to creep on some of your Valorant plays the other day. And you know what? There's something wonderfully satisfying, friends, about watching somebody you know playing something like Valorant or the ilk. And when you tune in, they gun down 3 people in a row and make it look easy as pie. Like, it's not like my watching had anything to do with that. But it feels good. The other team was so preoccupied with what was in front, they never thought someone would show up from behind. Oh yeah, no, I was there for the triple. Oh, and I saw the article you posted about Crunchyroll stuff. I was going to ask, I don't know if you can comment on this. Is there any truth to the Sony, for Disney is going to get the streaming rights to Bleach? Or is that just hearsay and rumor? Wheeler Dealer, I don't think I was there when you met the 3 guys from Glorious. No idea on Bleach? Okay. Because it was doing the rounds today, and it was very funny. But I don't know if it's just somebody stirring the pot, or if there's any truth to those rumors. Please don't let there be a bear. There's the bear. He's over there. Fuck you, bear. I need these plates. What the shit? You're not helping. That's a bear. Fucking bear. Oh, sorry, friends. If you didn't see, there was a rumor doing the rounds today that Disney Plus will be getting the North American streaming rights to Bleach and the 100 Years War. Wait, no, it's not Bleach and the 100 Years War. That's because Caffeine just said 100 Years War. Damn it, Caffeine! You incepted my brain with Inception, like in that movie, Inception. I heard that laugh from the other room. But yeah, there was a rumor round today, which was. But yeah, Disney is going to get the Bleach streaming rights. So everyone's been having a humorous jape on that one. Alright, please be full of useful stuff. No, you're not. Alright, so we might be able to... Use fucking storage. Alright, so good news. We're just going to pick up the... Just going to pick up metal sheets if we can find any. Which apparently we cannot. Metal sheets? Not today. That's bear country. Wheeler Dealer saying it's glorious. The glorious office is here in Dallas. You know what? That's feckin' cool. Sorry. When you said glorious gentlemen, I thought you meant people who were glorious, not from the glorious offices. So Wheeler Dealer met somebody during Valorant who said, if you manage to get top frag, I'll give you a gaming keyboard to give away on stream. And apparently that was all the enthusiasm that Wheeler Dealer needed to bring the proverbial thunder. Alright, so we're just going to hoard up on nuts and bolts, because we can use those to make stuff. And also steel pipes. And we can always come back for the seeds and the ilk. It's not amazing, it's not terrible. Would have preferred a whole bunch of metal, but here we are. No, Wheeler Dealer, that sounds fucking cool. Today's been a bit of a... not going into a round of the poor me's. A person staying with us has unfortunately propped positive for the bad lurg. So I'm on lockdown for the next... what, 5 days and change? Assuming, touch wood, I don't get the bad lurg myself. You know, been taking precautions, staying distant, so we're not doing terribly. So initially today we were going to do like a group puzzle game of Cypher, but as you can probably guess, that's gone out the ruddy window. So we played Tic Tac Together earlier, which is what if Noughts and Crosses, or Tic Tac Toe, was a 12-player team game. Alright, might as well take the steel wire as well, got it all. You know, it can't hurt to bring it back. To start making a move anyway. I mean, there's no such thing as useless materials, right? Shoot rope, we've got the days. Nails we can take. Rope we can take. Steel wire, my apologies. We haven't even got a grow bed yet, so there's no point focusing. So we'll do this as somehow I'm able to network even when I'm not trying. It's like I'm a salesperson. Yeah, it's eerily like that. So strange. But no, Wheeler Dealer, that sounds real feckin' cool. I need to get back on the hustle finding us some sponsors in this little corner of the internet. If you happen to know anybody that's got, you know, $250,000 to just throw around to sponsor a stream, just point in my direction. That'd be great. Well, that was worrying. Oh, and our little fox is hungry, so come here. There you go. Go look at fish. Alright, we can take a break from going back to Pet the Fox. This is our pet fox, by the way. They're named Finnegan, because we have to make sure that Finnegan doesn't get thin again. Not my joke. Still love it. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be like a mushroom medley when we get back. No, so at the moment, Wheeler Dealer, I need to get my show reel back together, and, you know, I need to spice up the old pitch deck. We've been really lucky to work with some really cool people, and, like, so far, everybody who's wanted to sponsor the Longship work on things that I genuinely feckin' love. I haven't had to hoik G Fuel or anything like that. But, as I was saying to these lovely Mother Herberts earlier, to keep the Longship afloat, my own personal, I don't need anyone to think that I'm cool. If I have to hoik non-copyright infringing cereal, then so be it. And Wheeler Dealer, do you mind if I share not a sad story, but a sad disappointment with you? I finally got hands-on with the SD Gundam Alliance game, which currently has a demo out on Steam. And you know me, I love my Gandams. I'm all about them Gandams. Oh, they're great. They're great. Finally got to play it. Finally got to experience it. And it is, drumroll please, not good! It has a combat system that makes Skylanders look complex, except for in boss fights, which implements a Sekiro-level parry and poise system with armor break. The plot is atrocious, and like maybe it gets maybe if you can struggle through it, but it has this weird like Vaseline like blur filter on the gameplay. But the filter isn't in cutscenes, so the cutscenes are nice and crisp and clear and look great, whereas gameplay is trash hot garbage. Cooking up the mushrooms, making something that we could eat. Cooking up the mushrooms. Gonna grab a little bit more mushrooms before we're gonna go for nap time. Oh yeah, so Wheeler Dealer, like going back to the previous point, if you know any incredibly irresponsible multimillionaires, that's what I'm up to right now. No. There's a very, very cool project that a friend is working on that I really hope I can either get like a consultancy position or at least become involved. Because like they've got the cash, but also it's a project I really believe in. Hey, the trees are on my side here, I think. Helping me survive. Another stick. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Why do you need so many sticks? You're just a feckin' mushroom stew. Shenanigans. Alright, let me go stash our goodies before we go to bed. We're a little cutie patooties. I know I'm sleepy! Joke's on you, video game! I'm always sleepy! It's my fucking secret. Pop this in the overflow. Jolly good. We got food aplenty. We'll have some when we get up in the morning. Fred, we are beyond Princess Peach's reach over here. Her meager threats of her once mighty empire cannot touch us. Wake up, scoff mushroom stew. But yeah, that was my my disappointment on top of nonsense this week was finding out that sadly the new Gundam game is not going to be good. I'm glad I wasn't showing people my live reactions of it because I nearly had an ugly cry about it. You know, because as I was telling the lovely Longshipians, it took me, what? Oh, actually, before we start out, let's make some feckin' plants. So get me yellow leaf. Alright, 2 yellow leaves. Because we've got 2 pipes we're not using. Yeah, definitely, as opposed to having a sexy cry about it. You know, like, okay, you joke, but like, the Hollywood cry, you know, where people are like, oh, everything's so hard, and they do kind of like the attractive fall on the bed, like, ah, as opposed to real crying being a snotty, ugly mess of frustration. Alright, I want the big plant. And then I want the other big plant. Alright. There we go. See? Let's brighten this place up. Much better. And then Mr. Owl can have a cool little plant to hang out with him. He's a very cool owl. There we go. Much better. Now, what did we need for our canteen? Because water's kind of been what's slowing us down when we're going out and about. Bolts, rope, metal plates. Metal plates is bolts and steel pipes. God, I'm going to be going through those. Alright. You know what? Next focal point should be the garden. Because if we can get... Yeah, greenhouse. 3 metal plates. Glue we've got. Planks we can. But, so that would be... Shit. That would be 9 metal pipes. And 3 bolts. God, I'm just doing the math in my head backwards. God, Steel pipes is absolutely what we just churn through. I keep wondering if there's a way that we can get more metal pipes. Because we definitely built a pickaxe. Yeah, so we've definitely got a pickaxe. Oh, so jumping back into chat, Robin's been watching GDC talk about level design in Fallout 4, and someone asked a technical question about memory, and the speakers responded to, you use a lot of VRAM. And I mean, yeah, I guess. What do you feel about that? And we're doing some research into UE5 features. Interesting. We didn't really get to chew into it tomorrow because I was... tomorrow? Time travel! We didn't get to chew into it yesterday, but Occult Game Dev has currently been working to transfer their project over from UE4 to UE5. It's been fascinating to hear about that. And I'm still curious to hear people's stories from working with UE5, because I'm still at the idealist phase. Sorry, bear with me just a second, dear friends. I always hate games where when you pause it and have to look at other stuff, it stops everything. It's like, no, keep playing your calming tunes. They're needed. They're required. Bear with me just a second, dear friends. Apologies for this. I know it's gone very quiet. I'm so sorry, friends. Please bear with me. I'm trying to find something that's not happening. My apologies. I'm discussing things. Trying to fix a thing. Why is it not working? Yeah, this time in live troubleshooting. I'm so very sorry. Okay, apologies, dear friends. All right, we're back. We're back. Oh, sorry about that. I'm getting the downdraft of Doritos, and it's... I don't want to inflict upon any of you what I like to call the crunch. You don't deserve that. No one deserves the loud crunch. Put this over here. Out of sight, out of mind. You're right, Fred. It's all fun and games until Princess Peach is ready to murder your face. Fuck it, let's just do some more fishing. I want to keep nattering with you lot. But no, I'm... Like, Robin, I'm going to be really interested to hear your thoughts and feels from actually working with UE5. because as I was talking about last night, and again, I was very, very drunk. I have a really idealistic view of UE5 because I don't have to actually develop for it. So I can just look at all the features and go, ooh, ah. Which, as we've seen, especially when it comes to studio heads, is a really fast way for things to go up shit creek. Hey everybody, guess what? I've signed up our entire studio for an exclusive contract in this brand new game engine without asking anybody. What do you mean, what are the constraints? What do you mean, what are the challenges? Pfft, whatever. Oh, and CMC, Watto and Wait... Watto and Waiting? Look at me running, I might need some more water. Apparently I've forgotten how to speak to people. Fred's like, psh, worrying about challenges? That's Max of lack of confidence. I mean, Fred, you joke, but there are some studio heads I've worked with who probably genuinely believe that. You know, they're part of the whole, like, you know, don't show weakness in the face of your developers types. And I'm like, maybe ask people who know first. And in fairness, a lot of those big studio deals have more to do with funding and money than they do with, you know, actual professional benefits. You know, Lumberyard was meant to be Amazon's great entry into game development and game creation, and it turned out to be a feckin' disaster. And the reason Crytek sold their engine to them for a fork was because they were fucking broke. I've actually checked in on Crytek for a while. I know Warface was basically keeping their whole studio afloat for like 1,000 years. But I haven't checked in to see how they're doing. Now I think about it. I hope they're alright. For a while, Crytek was unable to pay staff. Like, they were in the shit for quite some time. Hey, look, I'm not dissing on CryEngine. Like, we haven't played in a while. It's probably not something we'll jump into again, but we played a game called Miscreated ages back that was a DayZ-like horror survival game made in CryEngine. And, oh boy, we even interviewed the devs of it, and it was definitely frustrating, but their whole team was people that had experience with CryEngine, so for them it was a natural choice, right? Look at this. Look at my fishing skills. Yeah. Oh, look at that good perch fillet. That's the good chubby fish right there. Oh, look at that. That's the good stuff. Protein-rich food is highly nutritious and delicious. Yeah, Robin, I forget what the CryEngine licensing is like these days. I mean, you can download and use Lumberyard for feckin' free, but, like, even Amazon have... I mean, they've only managed to ship, like, a couple of their games. And from my understanding, Lumberyard was a big part of the difficulty of developing things for Amazon Game Studios. Because what happened was that Amazon Corporation, as Amazon Corp, did the deal with CryEngine to create Lumberyard. Like, hey, we're going to buy a fork of CryEngine, going to give it away for free, and it's going to be ours, and we're going to use it for making our games, and we're going to do a whole bunch of stuff. So it's like, I mean, alright, but, you know, fair enough. Turned out that that decision hadn't been made whilst talking to a lot of the development teams, and created undue problems. Plus, the Amazon corporate structure does not lend itself well to creative or clear visions. But that's another kettle of monkeys. Sorry, I don't want to start like company bashing. Like, no one is pro Bezos here, I understand that. but that's incredibly hypocritical of me for someone who makes his entire living thanks to Twitch.television. Something owned by, you guessed it, Jeffrey Bezos! Jeffrey Bezos! You did it! But I will say, from talking to friends who have worked at, like, the Amazon spots in Seattle, like, there's an understanding that Amazon is going to grind you up into a fine powder. Like, that's just known. But the idea being is that you'll make so much money and experience through doing it that, you know, by the time you've been ground up and spat out, you'll be able to go elsewhere or start your own thing. So it's kind of like an open secret. Oh, starving. Good thing we've got a whole lot of this. And that kind of mentality doesn't work well with video games. In fact, if anything with video games, you need to build and grow your team cohesively at first, and then slowly from there. Wheeler Dealer was saying every buyer friend they've had there hated their lives in Q4. Now, is that like Christmas Q4, or is that like fiscal Q4 before April? And also hates it in Prime Day. God, yeah. I will say having to use the Amazon tax system for Twitch stuff has made my life demonstrably worse. I know, Fred, that's a very good point. If you can survive the Amazon environment, it is proof that you can survive sustained, intense pressure. It's just, I don't think it's a kind of environment that's good for creative works. It's good, well, and good is a strong point, but at least they're very open about being shit. I weirdly respect that. Oh yeah, so yeah, Q4, so holiday, so yeah, Christmas financials. Yeah. Anyway, sorry friends, I didn't mean to bring onto such a bleak topic. Right, where's the fox? Oh, there you are. You hungry? Yo, who's hungry? Who's hungry? I'll get you a big piece of fish. Oh, little cutie. Honestly, just fishing and petting this fox is enough game for me. Yeah, and caffeine, spot the fuck on, mate. Spot the fuck on. And again, friends, you know, gonna run a tech company. I've worked in tech startup. It was shite. Don't do it. So there's nothing really to it that I have any real, I don't know, personal feels on. It's just gonna get some more twigs and wood. Really should have. Might see if I can just disable the bears in the options, because get my ass kicked. Oh, Meowkitty Sakura, thank you kindly for the lurk until snooze, because it makes the numbers go up, and as we've discussed, that's all Mr. Bezos is interested in. But if you make the numbers go up too much, that means I have to play Raft. So you know, don't try too hard. Oh no, and CMC, you're absolutely spot on. The reason I bring this up was because Amazon Game Studios had all the money and resources required, but they did not manage to stick the landing, you know what I mean? Just because CMC was saying that, Will, take quality of life. As a dev, you can still make well above for a place that isn't Amazon and not burn out. Absolutely. There are some great, well-funded studios out there. You know, I'm not trying to suck up to my previous employer or anything, but, you know, even though there was some stuff about it that I didn't get on with, CA was always good to me. You know? They did make me take 2.5 weeks of enforced holiday because I was burning myself out. Fearless, I have attempted to use Axe on Bear, and I'll let you guess how well it would have gone. About as well as it would have gone if I, as myself, attempted to attack a bear with an axe. That is to say, not good! And friends, this is one of the things that's so difficult when discussing video games, is that I'm an idealist. I've talked to you about this before, but like, I want all of you to be able to work in the kinds of environments and the kind of things that you want to, whilst being able to make a comfortable living wage, you know? And sometimes it makes me feel like I'm the one who's loopy bananas, because I'm saying, hey, let's just create a sustainable environment where we pay people what they need so they can make the art that they want. Like, I know, what a lunatic that I am, friends. But in the same breath, I understand that Amigo de Guatemala. Hello there, and welcome. I understand the realities of game development, and I wish I didn't. I wish I could go back to just being a user, but I can't. So here I am. Well, we're making fish and mushroom stew. Hello and welcome. What? Oh, hello. You know, sometimes, friends, I really do wish I could just go back to being a user. I could just go back to being like, oh, I want my Halo game to be better, and you've got to make it better because I say so. Oh. I miss that. Yeah, Dari Quill, it's weird, but that's one of the things that fills me with so much, you know, enthusiasm for Barotrauma as a project, because they will be able to keep working on it. Sorry, Dari Quill was saying that one of the things they liked about supporting Barotrauma is that every summer they put out a piece that goes, hey, there won't be any major updates for the summer while the whole team goes on summer holiday. Like, fucking great, brilliant. Like, that's, weirdly, that's what we want to see as users. Or at least should be what we want to see as users. You know? Pop the rest of the fish upstairs and have a snooze. Oh, Amigo, there is no problems. This is, by my understanding, the most up-to-date version of the Pride flag. So it's kind of an updated variant of the traditional rainbow flag to be more inclusive for everybody. We did have it hanging off the side of our house, but our new abode has a strict no flags policy, which I understand, but it just means it's got to go up in here. The other one behind me is a PAX Prime main theatre banner from last year, showing Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. It was a gift from a very good friend. And I'd intended to kind of fill it out to make it look like that would be where our schedule was, but real life has been difficult. But yeah, Torcuna. Oh boy! Mushrooms! I mean, Fred, they haven't said there's nothing against giant robots hanging off the side. But Fiona is still vehemently against me getting a 12-foot skeleton. I mean, CMC, I'm appreciative of it because, you know, I don't have a lot of space. So it would be great to have a full complement of flags. And to quote the internet, I don't know who everybody is from this nation, but why are they so hot? You're right, Fred. I'm gonna go to 13. That's how we got to play this. No, unfortunately, I think they're moving out. But my plan was to make an alliance with the people beneath us. So the individuals that the individuals that live below us on the lower balcony. I was going to try and make an alliance with them. So what I could do is get one of those massive glowing skeletons, have the feet on their balcony and the head and arms on ours. Make it look like it's fucking climbing up the side and looking over. Like, in our last place, I understand why Fiona didn't want me to have a 12-foot skeleton with glowing eyes. I understand. Because the people who lived above us were the property managers, and I abso-fucking-lutely would have used that skeleton to scare the hot piss out of them at every opportunity. I have no qualms in doing that. I keep wondering if we can use like the pickaxe on some of the metal. You know what? I'm gonna bring the pickaxe with us because I want to see if there's a way we can get more metal pipes for construction. You know. Amigo lives in North Carolina. Lovely. I've never been. I visited Indiana once in my youth, Fort Wayne specifically, and it was very flat and very strange. But no, I've not been to either of the Carolinas. I assume it's exceedingly warm down that way. I'm based out of Seattle, Washington, and it is plenty too hot enough for my pale complexion. All right, so yeah, so I'm gonna hit the water and see if we can find the towers. Unless in options I can graphic screen, mouse, keyboard. No, I don't think we can turn the bears off now we've started. So I might have to just risk it for a biscuit. But let's see. We'll get our little fox friend to come with. Come on, little fox. Let's go on an adventure. I love the fact it has a tiny doggy door. But yeah, I can understand why I wasn't allowed a 12-foot skeleton in the last place. But, you know? So, to Amigo, we don't get taught Spanish in the UK. The primary languages that you get taught, aside from formal English, they don't even teach Latin anymore, so we either get French or German. I did some French, but if I'm being perfectly honest, it's almost entirely forgotten. So, you know, I picked up snippets from friends. A good buddy of mine used to love kicking my door in on a Friday night and screaming, "What's up, pandejos?" I'm sure that wasn't a polite form of endearment, but he said it anyway. But no, I don't have a grounding in. If I had more hours in a day, I've always had a love of spoken languages, and I've tried to remember as much German as I can, but at this point it's pretty much just thank you and you're welcome. God, yeah. No, sorry, what I was thinking about was, like, I haven't even been on an eFix title in, like, 1,000 years. I should say, sorry, I've worked on eFix titles, but I've not been involved in language testing in 1,000 years, because, you know, if you need someone to test out the Spanish translation of your game, you go to a company or your publisher has language testers. I had a brief fling with a Spanish language fluent individual. Good times, good times. Yeah, wait. Round the rocks here, okay. Phyllis did some Spanish, some Russian, I would assume some French, although learning to speak fresh could be entertaining. And some Mandarin? God. Our boss back at CA wanted the community team to all start learning different languages of regions. I was a bit stubborn because me and higher education have never been friends, so I thoroughly resented the fact that my boss was asking me to learn. Although I probably would have learnt Russian, and this was back in like 2012, 2013. These days, less inclined. Though, in generations before mine, the UK, they used to teach them Spanish. God darn it! Why have I forgotten how to speak people? They used to teach Latin, because that gave you a ground in all the Latin derivative languages. Which is fine, but as I'm sure you're all aware, like, Latin is a very dead language. Also, this is all new turf for us. So, is it going to be full of bears? Is it going to be full of poor life choices? Let's find out together. What do you think, Tiny Fox friend? Yeah, you're doing cool. Bacon Avenger says, I remember doing one of those evil genius tests online that ended up with them saying that they should never learn German. Wheeler Dealer took a year of Latin. It'd be great if you're going into law school. Okay. Actually, in truth, I hadn't considered how useful it would be for people studying law. There we go. Hang on. Is that going to be full of bears? Like, I see a downed tower. God. Friends, maybe we should start, like, because I don't know how much more there is to this game. As much as I'm enjoying it, maybe we should consider getting a bit of the old, the Long Dark going. Because that's another one that's got a very nice, slow, methodical pace for us to chat about while playing. Agadoniki says Latin and Greek are so incredibly useful for nerd stuff. I've always been sad that their schools offered neither. No. Hey, if you want to have your kneecaps threatened by a green owl, I know just the service you can sign up for. Please don't be full of bear. There's the bear. Fuck you, bear. I guess we're not going over there. Fucking bears, man. Should have turned them off. Oh, friends, if you ever consider playing this game for yourself, it does let you tweak the difficulty. I went for standard, and in fairness, if I wasn't sitting and chatting with all of you lot, I could probably avoid the bears a lot better. But I don't want to stop chatting, so bear death. Bear death. Ooh, Window Lake. Ooh, pretty. We'll do a quick lap of the lake just to get it mapped out. Sup, ducks? What up, ducks? It's your boy. Kathleen says that their high school offered book Spanish as taught by an Argentinian American. It was a very bad time. I mean, this is not anything new to say to any of you. Like, I've always resented kind of the if you can do, if you can't teach mentality, because when it comes to languages, you need to be so good at both languages and be able not just to understand and speak it, but teach it. Ooh, cattails. We haven't used these. I wonder what they're good for. Bring them back. And Fred was just adding on the same thing that Wheeler Dealer was saying, which is, like, Latin is as useful as much as you need... Yeah, I've got food. As much as you need... Nah, don't eat mushroom, you kill me. As you need in your profession, so things like law, it is useful. As I said, Fred, I hadn't even considered law. I mean, in a strange way, like, video games definitely has its own language and terminology. And it is going to be fascinating, you know, as we get older and as video games solidify more and more in terms of their process, like what the commonality of language will be. Not just of the creation of games, but the discussion. Like, what if in 100 years' time, Metroidvania is still a terminology used in our industry? Okay, assuming humanity lives 100 years. I think we've got like 75 on the clock at the moment. Okay. God, once the sun starts to set, we're going to have to turn around and go back, but we're getting way far out here. And I've not found anything that's going to give us all the metal pipes we bloody need. Part of me's worried some, like, mystical stag creatures can come bloody murder us. Okay, Fred, that's terrifying, but fascinating. Fred makes a good point, like, friends, what happens when Konami and Contra are no longer discussed or remembered, but the Konami code is? You know? It was just this springs to mind because it came up during the pub quiz, but like Nintendo has been around for a very, very long time as a playing card company. Like their whole entryway into video games is just fascinating. Alright, I'm gonna start taking us home. I've got full amounts of food, so I'm not too worried about grab this dog nightstand. I'm not too worried about food and drink, because we've got to go past the lake to get back anyway. As long as we don't encounter any more bears! I feel that is absolutely fascinating. And I always feel like I'm just an incredibly ignorant white person whenever asking, like, which variant of Chinese is a language I learn. I always try and remind myself that it's only due to British snobbery that Glaswegian isn't taught as a regional dialect, rather than... And I don't mean any disrespect on that one. It's just, you know, regions of the UK have a style and patter of language that's so unique that it should be considered a separate language. Oh, alright, there's a tower. Please don't be filled with bear. Please don't be filled with bear. Shit, here we go again. I got bear and heckin' beetroot. It's annoying that this game doesn't let me save some stuff. There's some nails. Alright, so once again, discard. Driftwood, we can always get more of you. Alright, so it's steel wire, steel pipes, and nails? Nails haven't been fucking useful at all. Yeah, bolts and screws. Really need sheet metal. Seeds, you're worthless to me. Rope we can make in excessive amounts. Oh yeah, that was the thing I wanted to try. On. Nah, it was a dumb idea, but worth a shot. I was trying to see if I used the pickaxe on... Alright, I'm taking nails. I was trying to see if we used the pickaxe on, like, a metal structure. Perhaps we could get some more. Bolts. Whereas instead we've just got to feckin' hoover up all of the feckin' bolts. Yes, we're taking nails as well. Alright. Congratulations. Oh, feck you. Anything else that looks like a pipe? One pipe. Sorry, I didn't realise I disrespected you quite so hard. Anyway, yeah, we gotta lickety-split back, because otherwise we will starve and freeze. I took too much time to faff around, and now we have to run home. Oh, God. Sorry, friends, this is gonna be a complete, like, handbrake turn conversation lead, but I really wish we could get another game like Heaven's Vault, because I love languages. I really do. Like, I may be dyslexic as all hell, but when it comes to spoken, or, like, especially pictographical languages, fucking love them. And Heaven's Vault was something really, really special. I really appreciated how that game wasn't about multiple paths on a story, but your path. And by the end of it, once you kind of, like, worked out the cadence and the construction of this ancient alien languages, like how it used, how its grammar was styled, and how different symbols came to mean to add or subtract from the overall. God, it was so cool. How we doing? Yeah, we're gonna make it. But it was one of those games that once you did it, once you solved it, like that was kind of it, you know? One of the reasons we were going to do Cypher today was that, you know, whilst I played Blackout Club with Ems for a while, I think it was the, I'd say it was the Heaven's Vault stuff where it kind of became friends, you know? Rather than Ems just being like Kyle's friend who came to join us for Blackout Club. And that was kind of cool. Oh, we might be in trouble. We're going to be fine for sleep, but the temperature's dropping fast. Hopefully we can make it before we fucking freeze to death. Dehydrated? Not today. I've got to feed the fox when we get back. Assuming we don't crash into a heap. And Fred, like, going back to what you're saying about Konami and stuff, it's what I fucking love about this industry. How our industry is so young that we get to have these, frankly, bizarre and, like, wonderful conversations. Fish for the fox, because they have been out and with us and very hungry. Here we go. No one goes to bed hungry in this house, you know? Okay. Nap time! But yeah, I love another game in the same style and vein as Heaven's Vault with a different language. It's one of those games where I want a sequel, but I don't want a direct sequel. Does that make a weird sense? Oh, excuse me. Terribly sorry. Got them burps. What come from the gutty? Sorry, from the chili. Oh. And Fred, the thing is, that's not even the only company that's had that sad descent into tragedy. Just a tragedy, that's all it was. Like, Konami are by no means the only studio that their whole path has kind of been, you know, from greatness to sadness. Agananiki says they'd love to see one based on Klingon or Elvish. Honestly, Agananiki, I am incredibly surprised that no one making a Lord of the Rings game has embraced, like, straight up Elvish. You know, especially with games like, guess we'll stash the pickaxe, because that's no use to us. Because when you already have a fan base that's so in-depth and really enjoys the experience, like, yo, why feckin' not? You know, you've got the community for it. Like, feckin' yo. You get to make everyone feel included, and it would be less work than, like, having to translate Elvish in-game. Just have it so that Elvish is just there. You know what I mean? So yeah, so for this one we need one glue. So we can try and see how many metal plates we can make. So let's work on that now. So for that one we need all the bolts, all the pipes, just all the pipes. perhaps we should be building canteen. We should build a canteen so that the chance of dehydration is less. I don't know. You know, friends, I don't know what the correct path in this game is. We've got enough to make the water canteen. Alright, well, let's see how many metal plates we can put together. Because if we can build a garden, then we get better sustainable food. Yeah, it looks like that's what we're going to be building. Alright! Let's get ourselves a greenhouse. Let's be adorably conscientious. Where's me wood? Where's me washboard? Sorry. No. Alright. And we need more wood! Alright. Come on, Finnegan. Let's go make the trees regret us. So Fred was saying, the story of pictographs makes the Star Trek TNG episode of Dharma all the more comprehensible. Okay. I will say again, friends, and I'm sorry that every conversation we're having right now comes back to Attica, but one of the things that made me fall in love with that game is that it has its own visual language. I won't go into too much detail. That's 3. A few more. But once I got to a certain point with Attica, I could read the different symbols of the world, and it feels good. There's nothing formally in game that asks you to do that. There's nothing that says, translate this text to continue. But when I did it, it made me feel like I really was part of... I kind of like... It made me feel like I'd come to understand this strange world that I've been dropped into. Oh, yeah. Now, Fred, I don't know if the 3D would work for you necessarily, but Heaven's Vault was a great game for just that. That once you understand the construction of the language, it really feels like you can navigate it. Like, no dissing on An Airport for Aliens currently run by dogs. It's a great game. But the alien language was just a letter-for-letter standard alphabet. You know, this symbol means A, this symbol means B, etc., etc. Alright. Plant seeds and get a steady source of vegetables. Now, do we have to be able to water them before they grow? Also, why is it playing the spooky music now we have a garden? Game, don't make this weird. Bolts, nails, and stump moss. Well, we can do that. Bolts, nails, stump moss. God. Friends, I did not realise it's 9:30 o'clock at night. I tell you, the in-game rain sounds lovely. It is exceedingly warm in here. So it definitely makes for a nice counterpart. Can hold fresh water. Alright, and let's get the seeds. Turn it. Cabbage. Plant seed. Alright. You know what, Fox? You stay home. Trust me, weather's shit, you don't want to come out of this. We'll get some water for ourselves as well. But yeah, games that allow us to translate languages of our own volition, I just fucking love it. One of the things I'm really looking forward to is playing Tunic with you all, because for those of you that haven't done it, it does have like a puzzle language all to itself. It's more than just what if Zelda but adorable, and I really like that. It's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out, you know, as a group game. I don't know what I'm going to do with my evening, friends. Because I'm thinking 10, 20 minutes, maybe half an hour, bring our little adventure to a close. Also check out our fucking cute cottage. This thing was dilapidated to hell when we got here first. Now look at it. This is really charming. But yeah, I'm probably going to bring our adventures to a close in about 20 minutes or so. And so after that, you know, have a breather, air this place out a little bit, and then I'm either going to run story missions on Sea of Thieves, if any of you would care to sidekick me. Oh, this is cute as shit. We have to refill them one by one. This is adorable. Water them every day. Now, I wonder if these vegetables will become, will actually grow, excuse me, if these vegetables will grow seeds as well. Yeah, look at this dilapidated place. Now costs 3 million on the market. It's rustic. Okay. Well, Lost Flowers, I'll see how I'm feeling. I'll see how I'm feeling. It's not like I'm going out to the fucking pub. But yeah, I might pour myself a few cups of wine and try and get myself some glowing eyes. Because, again, it's not going to be exciting Sea of Thieves watching. I'm going to be running, I think it's called Heart of the Flame. I'm going to be running it 3 times, picking up all the journals I missed, and running the other 2 paths. So that's my grand excitement for the evening. And I kind of think, I don't know, like, this is a beautiful, relaxing game, but it's not a game that has an end, at least to my understanding. This is a game it's an experience. You build a beautiful little home, you decorate it how you want, and then kind of, you know, what's the Thanos line? Sit back on a grateful universe. The reason I was thinking about the Long Dark is because it does have a story mode. But also, if the story mode's not done, oh, what's this? Plank document stems for a sewing room. We've got enough glue. We can do it. Shit. Alright, so I know what I'm working on next. Because, yeah, for document stems, we've got loads. So we need... Alright. Alright. It's time to go chopping. You hang out here. Same with twigs. Alright. Let's go deforesting. Bacon says I'll be watching for voice channel activity in Discord, if nothing else, to play Peanut Gallery. I mean, it's not like I'm going to be doing some high seas piracy. I just really want glowing eyes. The thing is called, I think it's like the Curse of Fireheart or something. And it looks really feckin' cool. But you all aren't allowed to tell Ems or Kyle. Because we may not be playing with them next week. Because Friday's my birthday. No plans on it right now, because I'm not going to jinx myself. Oh, crap sticks. I broke my house! And there's a possibility, friends, that we'll be doing Sea of Thieves on either Saturday or Sunday, just because my friendo over at Rare wants to come rejoin us. Remember John? He's the shanty voice from the last Betrayal. This is the bloke I worked with at CA like 1,000 years ago. Oh yeah, Fred, you're right. I probably need to do the needs eye drop achievement. Alright, might take us a couple of days to get our sewing room. But then I think we've got the house fully restored, right? Bacon says, for glowy eyes, there is the Ashen Curse and the Legendary Curses. Oh, I'm going for the Ashen Curse. The Legendary Curse eyes look real cool, but that's not my style. I understand that by picking all the flaming gear from the Ashen Isles, that my character in Sea of Thieves has the same cadence of style and drip as a first-time Gaia Online avatar, but apparently that's just what I'm about. Plus, I love the idea of wearing an eye patch with the glowing eyes, so you have like one glowing sniper's sight. Although I will say, there are very few games where I'd be this excited to build a sewing room. And because we stockpiled food, we've got enough to keep us and the fox fed for a good few days. It's one of the things I really appreciated about, what was it? Dr. Stone. Okay, in Dr. Stone, in the early days, it was the discussion about, like, the amount of time it would take a prehistoric individual to scavenge and hunt enough food and resources to live is more than you'd be able to achieve in a day. So even if you or I got teleported back to the Stone Age, even with all of our knowledge, we'd never have enough time to be able to build better ways of doing things because of the difficulties of just making enough calories a day to survive, which I kind of thought was fascinating. You know, it's the whole thing of, like, humans are collaborative creatures anyway. Alright. Let me go get those Dogbane stems and the glue, and we can have our sewing room upstairs. It's gonna be fucking cool. That's the sewing room getting started. And the builder's in early. And again, friends, thank you all for keeping me company on this. Excuse you. I know this isn't the most exciting of fragalicious streams. But no, I really do appreciate it, friends. Alright. Got it. So here we go. We've got Ghostbreak Winter Coat, Latch Farmer Outfit Backpacks. Fucking here we go. Ooh, if we can... Hang on. We'll look at making a bigger backpack in the morning. But, ooh, fancy. How's our little... Aww, little fox is hungry. Because he had to stay home all day because I made him stay home. Aw, come here, little fluffy. Come here, little fluffy. Here you go. Yeah, so, Bacon, I'll be doing the Heart of the Fire Tall Tale a bunch of times. That's probably what my night is going to be. Because, again, I wouldn't want to do that on stream because I feel like you lot put up with it a lot. And hopefully, like I said, hopefully the Sea of Thieves streams haven't been getting dull. I worry. Friends, I worry so much. Robin spent 3 to 4 hours a day ingesting information on how to make modular environment kits. Oh no, that's a lot. Alright, so how do we make thread? Fishbone and jute rope. Oh, we've got shit tons of that! Give me the fish, give me the fish, give me the fish, give me the rope. So what do we need for the big backpack? Because I think we've got most of it. Chicory. Oh, actually, I think we only have 1 chicory. Yeah, alright, so we can't do big backpack. That chicory's right there. So how about the willow backpack? Old rags, sewing thread, dog bane stems. Fucking yeah! My name's Will and I hoard stems. Because apparently that's what I'm good for. There was another item, but I forgot it. Because I've got the memory of a goldfish. Old rags! Give me old rags. Where's all them old rags? Making backpacks, getting old rags. Making fanciful new clothes. Let's make some thread. Forgot to do that. Running downstairs. You do understand, friends, that if I ever was somehow stranded in a cabin and was surviving like this, I'd probably still be talking with this cadence. Mostly to the fox. God, who was I chatting about this with? God, I apologise that times and names are drifting out of my brain. Oh, I think it was, I was talking with Firestrags while Fiona was at the Ren Fair and was looking after the house. I was chatting with Firestrager about I Am Legend, the Will Smith film. How it was, you know, a reworking of the Omega Man and stuff like that. And as much as it's a film that misses the point of a lot of stuff, right? As much as it's a film that misses the point of its original source material, Will Smith's performance in that is still cracking, because it really feels like, here's what I would do as the last human being alive. If I didn't go completely insane or just, like, you know, drink myself to death, I would have to create a routine, right? And so setting up all these mannequins to have a routine in the mornings is about the only way I'd probably be able to cope. I don't know about your good selves, but, like, yeah. Aww. Hey, Bacon, that's really nice of you to say. It's really nice of you to say. I'll, yeah. Sorry, I don't have anything additional or clever to add. Yeah, there we go. More gaps, more space, more place to put the things. Storing the wood, which we used to make the stuff. Fish, you're not invited there, but I'll cram you there anyway. You probably won't be playing too much. Oh, and let's go water the plants before we I am curious to see how these, how the plant growing system is going to work, because it would mean that aside from hydration, we wouldn't need to go out, which is currently how my life is right now. All right, so friendos, I think this is a good time to bring our stream to a close. This won't be the end of our adventures tonight. Like I said, I'm gonna pour myself a big mug of wine, and then I'll probably join you all on Discord. I need to get some more air in here for a little bit. Go splash some cold water on my face and whatnot. God, and I hope I don't sound fucking contrite. Because y'all do keep my ass company so much. Hang on, let's just give a last little pet to the fox before we call it. You're always looking of lovely. But yeah, you lot look after my ass a whole bunch, and I really, really appreciate that. You know? It's gonna be a hard few days, but I won't be doing it on my own. and I appreciate that. I wouldn't. I'd pass on that, Fearless. Like, if we're gonna be hanging out, I want to do something where I can chat to everybody. I don't want to do like a watch party. But thank you very much for the offer. Yeah. Let me roll credits so I can say proper thank yous. But yeah, you're all putting up with me being a massive fucking sketchlord right now. I'm very appreciative. Okay, so on that note, today, those of you that threw in bits, subbed, and generally kept our whole fucking household alive, thank you. And I'd like to say a very specific thank you to Bacon Avenger, Pan Spectre, Caffeine, Wolfcrad, Fearless Sun, and Vanderbeast. Like all of you, thank you. It's real fucking cool. Your moderator's day was Caffeine, and I don't know if we saw Moose. Amigo de Guatemala, Tankman, and Brian. Ron, you follow people. I hope we get to hang out and chat with you some more. And to the smallest waffle, Lucums and Navalis, like, thank you. I don't think any of those sub-sprees were shorter than a fucking year, so thank you. Okie dokie. But, as there is still a mite contingent of us, who can I throw you all at? Oh. Sorry, bear with me a second. Excuse me. So friends, I could offer you art, Dead by Daylight, or I guess Quake Champions, but I'm not feeling that. That's a little bit too hurrah. Alright, so it's between Dead by Daylight and art. God, that's not really a choice, is it? You know what? I'm going to make an executive decision. We're going for art. Our friend and co-conspirator Russell Stewart is currently painting up a Jigglypuff, who is my main in Smash Brothers. Mainly because Jigglypuff is actually bullshit. And when you win, it feels glorious. But if you lose, you just go, I was paying as Jigglypuff. What do you want from me? I just need to wait for these adverts to dissipate so I can make sure they're still running live. Alrighty. So, I shall throw over to Russell Stewart. Friends, thank you again for your company today. Tomorrow, no idea, but there may be a long-running hoarding of gold going on as an extra special stream. Kind of makes up for me getting sick at the beginning of the weekend. So I'm avoiding being sick now. It's a good-looking Jigglypuff, friends. You're going to enjoy this. Yeah. Keep an eye on the Discord. I'll keep things up to date on like general announcements. If I do end up procking, I'll let you all know. And then that will drastically change what next week looks like. Fucking wee! But fingers crossed. Touch wood. Touch wood. Alright. Yeah. Friends, I'll probably be on Discord about 20 minutes, half an hour or so. So, yeah, we'll go from there. We'll go from there. To be continued. I'm getting those eyes. I've worked for this. I deserve this. Yeah. Failing that, I'll see you when I see you, friends. God. I remember when I used to be able to talk people words. I used to be able to have conversations that would span hours at times. And now I'm just a lightly melted ginger. Hooray.